Hello everyone and welcome to a new episode of Beacon in the Dark. We've been on a bit of an extended break, my fault entirely, but we're back. And if you've seen the previous episode of Legacy of the Rimland, you will know that I almost canceled this episode because of Roll20 bugs, but Roll20 is working, so we're good. Anyway, last time a bunch of stuff happened as usual. Before we get into it, let's have the players introduce themselves and their characters. Dice have determined that we ought to start first and foremost with DoomGoblin. DoomGoblin, could you please go ahead and introduce yourself and your character?
Yeah, hi, I'm DoomGoblin. I play Captain Bladebeard, who is now free of Loken's control. He made Loken his minion, his servant. It's no longer the other way around.
That's not the word you used last time, but I'm glad that you have not used that word in the first minute of the video, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I remember the rule, the golden rule.
Thank you. I appreciate it. And yeah, thank you for introducing yourself, DoomGoblin, as well. Next, according to the dice, we would have Officer Thompshire. Could you please go ahead and introduce yourself and your character?
As always, I'll be playing as Benjamin Aaran, the traveling swordsman, traveling underwater and fighting some people in the arena. I don't remember why exactly, but I'm sure it's for a good reason.
TLDR to convince a big skeletal guy to go to his post, because, you know, minions and all that. But yeah, thank you very, very much, Thompshire. Then, according to the dice, we would have Khono. Again, placeholder image for the character that Chronos is playing, but still, could you please go ahead and introduce yourself and your character?
Yes, hello, I am Chronos, and I am playing Moad, or Moarg, or Bud, the two-headed ogre with the many names, many faces. Indeed.
Yep, very much so. Yeah, thank you very, very much, Khono. And then, of course, we would have Zelryn. Could you please go ahead and introduce yourself and your character?
Yeah, I'm Zelryn. I play Elf.
Elf Go Stab and all that. Indeed. Thank you very, very much, Zelryn. So, before we get into the recap and all of that, because of the various breaks that we took, we have missed by quite a few weeks Khono's birthday. So, happy belated birthday, Khono. As usual, you will get your 2 birthday inspirations, and because you kept 1 birthday inspiration from last year, as usual, you have the choice of either having 3 small inspirations or the 1 big cake one. Which would you prefer? And if you have any questions about what that does, feel free to ask.
Yeah, what does the big cake one do? It's been a minute.
It, instead of, you know how usual advantages and such and inspirations give you a +2 bonus. The big cake is a one-time use, but it gives you a +8 bonus.
Ooh. I mean, I rarely use my birthday inspiration in general. I like to keep it as a little treat, per se, or use it very rarely if we're really fudged. So yeah, I'll go for the big cake. That sounds fun.
All right, noted. Here is a fancy big cake in place of your small one, and happy birthday once again. Next birthday will finally be Thompshire's. I'm curious. I'll have to think if I'll have a system in place for having 5 inspirations, because you still have your big birthday cake in place. But that's an issue for another time anyway. Congrats, Khono. Happy to have you with us. And
Huzzah!
Yeah. Otherwise, last time it was Zelryn who reminded everyone of what happened the previous time. So as usual, Zelryn, you have the choice of anointing someone, letting the dice decide, or whichever other manner you choose for the reading of the recap.
Sure. I would like to roll without me included, of course, and also without DoomGoblin, Thompshire, or you.
Okay.
I'm kidding. Just exclude me.
I mean, if you want to, you could also just directly appoint someone, but sure. Okay. I'll roll d4. Zelryn, stop me if you have any objections at any point. But basically, I'll roll d4. It'll be alphabetical. So 1 is DoomGoblin, 2 is Khono, 3 is me, and 4 is Thompshire. Right?
Yeah, that's fair.
Okay. That will be DoomGoblin.
Alright.
DoomGoblin, would you care to regale us live or?
I'll do it live.
Thank you very much.
Alright. The call of the Serpent Arena reaches our heroes as they make ready to face what Ilalai has in store. After Thrush, the 7th minion of Minlot, and organizer of the fights, finished explaining the rules, our party came face to face with their first opponent, Kisa the Magnificent, champion of Ilalai, joined by a score of battered slaves. The battle went well for our heroes, and they easily defeated Kisa, though it was not an uneventful match. For one, Benjamin Aaran noticed that Rokri, Darkseer, sensed something while watching the fight from the stands, which surprised the old warlock and made him stand still. More spectacularly, both Captain Bladebeard and Lyri Embersorrow began channeling an extravagant amount of magic, the former drawing more power from the Shard of Loken, and the latter by taking off the crown of the Nexus Lord. Lyri's endeavor was quickly stopped by Benjamin, though not before causing an entire arena to chant prayers to an entity known as Zakajim.
I call him Zakajam, but doesn't...
Zakajam.
Yeah, doesn't
sure.
matter.
In her introspection, the Blood Elf also realized that the crown of the Nexus Lord is a protection and potential amplifier, not a limiter of her void powers, so she does not need to take it off for future flashy displays. Bladebeard, on the other hand, used the power he collected inward, blasting the Shard of Loken into submission. No longer would it gain control over his body or levy instructions to our heroes. It would work in Bladebeard's service. After the party received some parley awards for their victory, an enraged Karigosa demanded that Bladebeard and Lyri explain themselves, while the Blood Elf was uncooperative.
Yep.
The dwarf detailed his history with the Shard of Loken, only leaving aside connections with the Singed Ring of Odin and Mysterious Hourglass. Kyrie opined. What are these words?
we need the thesaurus for future readings, I guess.
She opined that Shard of Loken likely intended to return to life by reshaping Bladebeard's body or by dumping itself into a different, suitable body. And it likely will seek to subvert our hero's control. Regarding Loken's influence upon Ilalai, she said that Bladebeard could still deceive the other Titanforge entities there, but that he should be careful given their uncertain loyalties. The pirate captain then pulled Mera out of his bag to test the Iron Dwarf's loyalty. While Mera swore allegiances to Bladebeard, Karigosa still advised our hero that the automaton was likely biding its time in order to restore its true master. Meanwhile, Lyri snuck away into the arena and had a brief conversation with Fresh. As the rest of the group began searching for her, Benjamin explained the mechanism which bound Lyri to him, further enraging Karigosa at carrying Thor's and our party's reckless abuse of magic. When they reached the arena grounds, the blue dragon froze the blood elf in place, while Benjamin ordered her not to remove her helmet and deafen herself anymore. While the group began arguing, Fresh released the party's next challenge into the arena, a group of captured Naga, led by a sorceress, also controlled by Mindbreakers. Chief Captain Moad realized that they were facing the missing leader of the Black Veil Naga, who likely would be grateful to be released from their ensorcelment.
Yep. Thank you very, very much, DoomGoblin. Now, before we begin, one thing that I have to explain to everyone: you guys have been awake for over 24 hours because you didn't get any sleep for quite a while, and you've also been doing strenuous activity all the while. So, if you persist in doing strenuous activities such as fights, some debuffs are going to happen that will get worse and worse. For the beginning, the only negative thing that will happen is that every one of you gets a negative advantage that enemies can use against you. But for the future, other bad stuff can happen, including decreasing your stats, your approaches, and having basically having you guys roll forcefuls to stay awake. And if you in the future roll 0 or below, you might pass out. But for the moment, you just realize how simply tired you are as you all gain a stack of exhaustion, and that's what I'll call the negative advantages against you. All right?
All right.
Okay.
Okay. While I type that in chat, feel free once again to reposition yourselves if you want to. The arena fight has not started yet. It is about to start, but if there are any adjustments you would like to make in your positioning and such, feel free to... Oh, what the hell just happened? Feel free to do so. All right?
All right.
Okay. Also, as Thompshire, as I saw you zoom Benjamin away, you guys be careful if you do that. If you zoom out of the map, like outside the bounds of the map, I cannot retrieve your tokens. Make sense?
Tempting.
Understood.
Okay. What else before we begin? So, last session, Thrash introduced these Naga by saying that these are these are captives of the proud forces of Minloth, and this battle will be a display of Minloth's and Ilalai's might, as they will see these mighty foes that nevertheless Minloth managed to subdue, or at least Minloth's forces crush these challengers. And we left off last session with Thrash uttering that the battle should begin. So, I need to change the initiative order. I forgot to do that. But while I do that, to introduce the NPCs and such, do anything from any of you in terms of narrative, etc., etc.
Remind me, last time we discussed, like in character, that these are the same Naga from the guys we met earlier, right?
Yep, specifically, Moad realized that Oh yeah, the lady in the back is the missing leader of the Nagas, and the Nagas have that you have met before have said that some of their number have gone missing in the city. Make sense?
Mm-hmm.
Did Moad clarify that to the others? I thought I did, but I don't remember.
Moad internalized it, but I don't believe he said it out loud.
Okay, then I will do that.
Feel free to do so if you want, like in character.
It's the same Naga from before.
Well, then
And
we
that-
proceed as usual. Get those squids off them, and no killing.
Ready yourselves for your fate, surface dwellers. As before, your allied NPCs will act starting from the next turn. So this turn, unless there's anything else from any one of you, and feel free to stop me if there is, we'll begin with Sorceress Fazima. So, anything before she begins?
Nope.
Yeah. Yes. Above board. How tired are we exactly?
You've been awake for over 24 hours, and I sort of quantify your ability to resist exhaustion as being tied to your forcefuls. So Bladebeard and Moad, you're okay. You can keep going. Benjamin and Lyri, you're struggling.
Mm-hmm. Makes sense. And are sending spells recharged?
Oh,
Or the
that's
tower?
that's the thing that I forgot. Some of you will get sending spells, and the answer is
no.
yes. And the answer is yes. Thank you for
Oh,
reminding.
I think I know what I'm gonna get, but carry on.
I don't think you do, but yes, Benjamin, you will receive a sending spell from Chemis. Ready to receive it above board?
Mm-hmm. Go for it.
She says, "Weird update. A brown orc came, warlord insignia, met with other orcs. Now they left Booty Bay. She winked at my stealthed Eye of Kilrog. Paste
Yep,
it.
it's Peter Turbo.
Yeah, it's the sky is turbo.
Did we ever find out that that Magar was Peter Turbo?
Yes.
Wasn't it the upper Magar? Wasn't it two Peter Turbo Magars?
There were two,
I-
but I know above board you guys found out. Or did you find out in character?
Didn't the Nexus Lord tell us?
I don't believe so.
Maybe.
But I think you could infer it because that one Magar interacted with Lyri in a very sus way, and I think Lyri talked about it. So yeah, I guess it will be not common knowledge, but knowledge enough among you.
Did we see them die? I don't remember.
One of
what
them was
happened.
wounded, the other one you did not meet. That said, Chemis told you that this brown orc was carrying warlord insignia, aka very high ranking. That's the only sending spell that player characters will get. Someone else will get a sending spell, but they're an NPC. So if anyone's curious to see who got it, like to roll careful to notice, feel free to. Otherwise, that person won't or can't reveal it.
Probably Goran.
With a 7 per Benjamin stunt, you see it's Archmage Runeweaver. And he can't tell it because he's in the stands, not next to you guys.
Mhm.
But you said sending spells are recharged, right?
You are correct. If you want, we can backtrack a little bit. If you want to send a sending spell, perfectly fine, because we're also waiting on Benjamin's reply to Chemis.
I wouldn't mind sending it now as Lyri kind of realizes how exhausted she is and she might as well send a sending spell now, because if she passes out, she'll have another one probably recharged and ready to go.
Sure.
So it's only efficient to use one now.
Okay, I have my reply in the meantime.
I am all ears.
Weird question. Are you sure it was an orc and not a male human masquerading as an orc?
And you'll get the reply in 8 hours because Chemist has used her sending spell.
Wait, I have my double spell thing.
The double spell applies if you cast a spell.
Oh, right, okay. Never mind that.
And thank you for pasting it in our Discord.
Okay, I'm just testing.
Should have made it specific that it was a bald human. Oh well, never mind.
DoomGoblin and Khono, anything from the two of you while we wait for Zelryn?
Nope.
Don't think so.
Okay, I need to make a note of something. Okay. Okay. While we wait, actually, because the sending spell is not an instant effect. Bladebeard and Moad, you guys can act in character, like perform an action if you want.
Can we
Like,
strike our foes?
That would interrupt Lyri's sending spell, but yes, you can.
Oh, but we can like create advantages or discover aspects.
That's mostly what I meant, yes.
Okay,
Sure.
I've got my sending spell.
Oh, yours.
This is a gambit if it'll go through, but it's worth trying.
Whom is it addressed to? Because if it's in a
It
different
is-
dimension...
It is addressed to one Petronini.
Interesting. I need to think if... Because you know there's a roll if she's in a different dimension. I need to think if it applies right now. Huh. That is actually a more complicated question than you think.
Yeah, I'm aware.
I think it does apply, yes. So I will roll a d20 on the one the sending spell fails, alright?
Okay.
It goes through.
Okay, my sending spell is... Could I arrange a meeting with you and Chronic? There's something I'd like to procure, and I'm willing to compromise and work with you.
Could you paste that? Okay. Her reply is, kind of in the middle of something. I'll get back to you.
Fair enough. Very
Wait, who
myself.
did the Lyri send this thing spell to?
Petronimi.
Oh.
Meanwhile,
Concerning.
Bladebeard and not Khono, Moad, you guys said you were thinking of creating advantages or such?
I will try to discover jellyfish aspects.
As in the Mindbreakers?
Yeah.
Well, they're above board. I have not pre-written them, so I have to make them up on the spot. I think it will be difficulty. They're mooks, they're not actual characters, so they will only have 2 aspects. It will be difficulty 4 for their tertiary, and difficulty 2 for their high concept. Yeah, I think I thought of them. I might rephrase them as we go, but yeah. Not quite. Unless you want to spend anything to improve it. Okay.
I don't think so.
Anything from Moad?
Yeah, I want to like see her abilities or whatnot, like the main Naga lady, like investigating her?
Sure, if you want to look up her aspects, just give me a second to open her thing. Not this one, not this one. So many sorceresses. Okay, this one. Difficulty 2 for the high concept, because you kind of already know it. Difficulty 4 for one of the tertiaries, and 6 for another tertiary, and trying to think for the trouble what difficulty would be. Also 4. Yeah, it will be also 4.
What am I rolling?
Careful.
Alright.
Not quite good enough.
Re-
Unless you want to spend anything on that roll. Up to you.
No, I don't think I will. I don't think it's worth it. I just wanted to do something.
Sure. Okie dokie. So all of that took place. Anything else before we begin the combat? Going once, going twice. Alright, so as Lyri casts a spell in the background and Benjamin appears momentarily stunned, meanwhile Bladebeard and Moarg are carefully, not Moad, my bad, are carefully analyzing their opponents. Fazima creates a small lightning storm that will strike. Whom does she deem as the greatest threat? Victrix is not taunting yet. It would be, I guess, the person that already was in the arena, sort of eager to fight Lyri. So Lyri, how do you defend yourself from a cloud of lightning appearing above you and shooting you with lightning? Yes, this is underwater. This is bizarre. Zelryn?
She's defending by ignoring you.
Is Zelryn with us?
Zelryn. We lost Zelryn.
I suppose we did. So, in the interest of sort of time, I will redirect the attack to Benjamin, I suppose. Benjamin, how do you defend yourself from a lightning cloud appearing above you? I know it's underwater, it's weird, shooting you with lightning.
I roll out like its area of effect.
Sounds like a quick defense as usual. Give me a careful to see if you are able to roll said defense. No. That's 13 damage coming your way.
What? Okay. Can I use a fate point on this?
Sure, what are you invoking? This careful roll is again your ability to navigate the violent currents that Hazu is causing.
Good question. You said it's about the violent currents?
Yeah, because this is your ability to roll your defense in the first place, not the defense itself.
I guess maybe traveling swordsman, in my travels, maybe I've had to swim, like, I don't know, like a strong current of a river or something like that, I don't know. So maybe I don't know, be able to swim against strong currents.
Okay. Using your fate point?
Yes.
Okay. You are able to roll your quick defense, your roll will be doubled.
Okay. Is this attack what exactly?
A lightning cloud is appearing above you.
No, I mean approach-wise.
It is a forceful one.
Okay, then I get your
stunt.
+2 to quick.
Yep, your stunt will apply, but the bonus is not double, just a raw roll. All right?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. So a 12, my bad. So you take 1 point of damage.
There goes my level 1 stress box.
Feel free to click and drag your token away in whichever direction you decide to roll, as the lightning just grazes you enough to I think it more so not necessarily damages you, but frightens you at how fast and powerful it was.
Mm-hmm.
Might need to be careful with this opponent. And speaking of, it is your turn.
I guess I'll kind of just start bolting towards the witch and kind of like quickly get there and kind of slash with my sword upwards to the squid thingy on her face.
First of all, does sound quick, but give me a careful to see if you are able to roll said quick.
Let's go.
You
Okay.
are? Yep. Feel free to click and drag your token as you charge at her and nick at the squid. Give me your quick attack, please.
Question. Regarding my stunt about enemies in melee range, do the squid and naga count as different entities in that regard?
Normally I would say yes, but technically their hit points are not separated, so no, funnily enough, in the interest of fairness. Make sense?
So that's a 10 plus a 2 from that stunt, and a 2 from the other that I get plus 2 when someone attacks me on their previous turn. So that's a
14?
14. Yeah, I believe so.
I will invoke one of your exhaustions against you.
How many exhaustions do I have?
One each for now.
Okay.
Meaning that you only deal 2 damage to Fazima.
Gotcha.
Leaving it at that?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. You weave your way through the violent currents and manage to slash at her enough to make her jolt backwards. Feel free to move your token as well, as she says, "Defend me, soldiers! I need time to cast the proper ritual." Above board, she's not actually that big. She's just big for the, for WoW boss scale reasons, as in,
Sure.
yeah, point out where she is. Okay. Anything else on your turn?
No.
Lyri, it is your turn, if you're with us.
Yeah, I'm here.
You are on deck. You saw basically a cloud appear above Benjamin and nick him with lightning. And Benjamin dashed forth into the fray.
Am I still bound by, like, icy chains or whatever?
Those were removed.
Okay. I will. So there's some sets of Naga, which are fodder, and the main sorceress, right?
Depends on your definition of fodder, but yeah.
I mean, they're just like randos. They're not named characters.
That is correct.
Um,
The ones in
They
front
have
are...
names.
Yeah, but I just haven't thought of them yet. The ones in front are Myrmidons, and the ones in the back are sorceresses as well, though more minor ones.
I guess while this sorceress is busy with Benjamin, I will avoid blink behind them and try and shoot a blast of magic in their back.
Whom are you attacking? The main sorceress or the mooks?
The main sorceress.
Okay, feel free to click and drag your token, and it does sound like a sneaky attack to me.
Okay. So I think that's a whatever the word is for the same amount.
A tie, do you have a stunt that helps you? Attacking,
I think
yep,
I
you do.
do.
You do, yep. A tie. This means that you would get an advantage.
Yeah, I think that's probably good enough. It's fine.
Do you have a name for your advantage?
Could I add it onto my battle ready?
Sure, yeah.
Just because it's convenient, I guess.
Yeah, sure. We can do that. As you void blink behind her and slash at her, she narrowly dodges you, but she's off balance because of everything going on. And anything else on your turn?
Nope. I shoot at them with the void bolt magic thing, and I guess I keep my distance, I suppose.
The Myrmidons will take their leader's orders to heal and swarm you, Benjamin, with the intent not of necessarily sort of harming you, but interposing themselves in order to separate you from the sorceress. This will be a careful attack. How do you defend yourself from it?
So what are like they physically doing, I guess?
They try to move in between you and the sorceress and drive at you with their spears. They basically have a longer reach than you. And you can tell that they're not aiming to land a killing blow at you, but to unbalance you and to drive you away. Make sense?
I guess I'll kind of try to read their movements and like weave across their like attacks so that I don't lose my positioning.
Yep, sounds like a careful defense.
And my stat applies. Oh no, it's just for overcomes, right? Yeah, never mind. Because the
yeah,
nerf
it's
thingy,
for overcomes. Yep.
Yeah. Okay, sure.
Time means the Naga get an advantage. Are we leaving it at that? Okay. I think it does make sense that they would drive you a little bit away from the sorceress at the very least. Okay?
Makes sense to me.
Above board, I forgot to mention this, there are 3 Myrmidons and 3 sorceresses. Okay?
Okay.
Bladebeard and or Moad, you guys decide the order in which you guys go.
Who will go first this episode?
Find out on the next exciting episode of Dragon Ball Z.
Love that shit.
Let's
I guess.
Yeah, last time it was you. Now it can be me.
Okay, you go first. I'm cool with that.
Alright. Bladebeard will move forward,
Feel free to, click and drag. You can still move.
going past the tanks. And he will try to throw daggers at the sorcerer, the bunch of sorcerers, Naga.
The Mook Naga. Okay. Sounds...
These ones.
Sounds forceful or careful. I leave the choice up to you.
I'll go with forceful, and it's a bladed weapon.
True.
That's 7.
Yep. With a 7, you wound one of them. It'll take more than that to, like, more than one hit to take one of them down.
Wait. Did I, like, hurt them or the squids?
Your choice. In terms of game
Oh,
mechanics,
squid.
in terms of game mechanics, I'll treat it the same. But in terms of narrative, sure, you nick one of the squids who squeals in discomfort. The sorceresses turn their attention to you.
Oh, I love getting attention from the ladies.
Foul surface dweller. Anything else on your
That's
turn?
me.
Mhm.
But that's it. Can I like go even closer to them?
Yep. Perfectly fine. Anything else?
That's it.
Moad, it is your turn.
Yeah. Moad in their trollish forms would not like as like an actual action, but like they would just kind of slap their faces a little bit to kind of wake up a little bit, since they were feeling a little sluggish now. And together they would start running over towards the sorceress and move to punch the squid that's on their head.
Feel free to click and drag your token, because if there are people in your way, it might be a bit difficult. So click and drag your token. Okay.
I guess Yeah, I guess there would be in their way unless he can slide through. I don't know how big the circles are supposed to be.
They
But,
would be in your way. Both. The ones up top are melee naga, so myrmidons. The ones at the bottom are spellcasters, sorceresses.
Okay. Because I'm trying to read the double, because one of his stunts is double trouble. Does double trouble only, as I've never I don't think I've ever used it actually. Is that like a thing he can repeatedly use, or is it only usable once?
Once per session.
Once per session. Okay, never mind. I will not use it.
But again, because of the wording, you can use that stunt whenever. So say it's Benjamin's turn or whatever, you can decide, I want to use double trouble now to unleash 2 attacks. And those 2 attacks are also separate from your typical attack. You act separately with them. Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Just figuring that out. Then I guess instead of the sorceress, since these guys are in the way, he would move to kind of like shove them, essentially, so he can get past.
The myrmidons?
Yeah, like I guess it would be still an attack, but it would be a shove attack, kind of like a get out of my way sort of attack.
Sounds like a forceful one. Can I get your forceful, please? You got a 7 to their 5. So yeah, you do shove them and break their formation. And in terms of game mechanics, you wound one of them.
Out of my way.
We'll hold them off, milady. The Myrmidons say. Anything else on your turn, Moad?
Nope. I think that's it. Well, besides, I guess, walking towards the sorceress after shoving them, but that's it. Not, an actual...
Feel free to move your token, if you will. Other than that, it will be the Mook sorceress's turns, as they retreat a little to gain some space and begin channeling their energies together, and then pulling it into the main Naga lady, granting Sorceress Fazima a +3 bonus to her rolls as long as the mooks are alive. Quote unquote alive, you know what I mean. Make sense?
Okay. Yes.
A little bit. Guren's turn.
Guren will... Who should he attack? I guess he'll aid Bladebeard with the sorceresses.
Feel free to click and drag Guren's token. You should have control of it. Is in terms of narrative, is he jumping into the melee, providing cover? What do you think?
Providing cover.
And in terms of game mechanics, this would translate to an assist for Bladebeard?
Sure.
Okay. Guren is currently assisting you. I'll put a little +1 next to the thing in the turn order. Anything else from good old Guren?
Don't think so.
Thompshire, anything from the Wondrous Wisdom Ball?
I'll ask it to blast these Naga away.
The Myrmidons, you mean?
Mm-hmm.
Let's see what it does. 13. What is 13? What? Unclear. Try again. It says at you.
Benjamin sighs.
Smiles. Winks. Anything else on its turn? I suppose not. So,
No.
Top of the round. As usual, your friendly NPCs will act first, sort of the passive ones, with Victrix moving in to assist. Then Anastasia will shout, Halt, everyone! I will take down these interlopers! As she rushes headfirst into the midst of the Myrmidons, grabbing their attention. And yeah, the Myrmidons will focus on her. And actually, let me roll her flash because the sorcerers may also focus on her. Yeah, I think that's good enough for the sorcerers to also focus on Anastasia. Other than that, whom do you want Kyrie to freeze, and where do you want Hekala's little lightning bolt?
So in terms of freezing, I think that the spellcasters probably won't move much anyway.
I mean, I think they would, because if we get on melee with them, their instinct would be to get away.
They did move away before when Moat charged, yeah.
So who should we freeze?
Does the freeze affect the whole unit, or just one from the
It
group?
would affect the whole unit because they are basically one entity.
Then that's fine with me, I guess.
Okay. I'm trying to... Okay, there's where it is. I'll give you guys control over that token in a second. This is controlled by all players, save settings, yeah. So, yeah, you can you can click and drag that wherever you wish. And you guys wish to freeze the sorceress mooks? The
Sure.
minions?
Or the main one? Who did we decide? Should we put both things on the main sorcerers?
Yeah, maybe. She can probably take a bit more punishment without dying compared to the other guys.
Definitely. And you're also freezing her, correct?
Weren't we freezing the spellcaster group?
Sure.
Okay, you're freezing the group. Okay.
I'm just asking because I thought that was...
I heard contradictory things. That's why I yeah. Are we leaving this at that? The freezing and the cloud.
Wait, will she be attacked first, or will she be able to move first?
That's a good question.
She'll be attacked first.
Oh, then this is fine.
Going once, going twice. Okay. So, as Hekala summons her cloud of lightning over Phazima, Phazima will roll to defend herself from it. Again, she has to beat a 7, which is, yeah, expected. As she instead, with a 13, takes the cloud of lightning that Hekala summoned and repurposes it for her own spells as she gets one advantage, basically. Controlled lightning, I'll call it. She's currently
Bladebeard will just look at Hekala like, what the hell?
You indicated that's what I should do it.
I thought you were good at it.
Don't test me, dwarf. I will have your tongue later if you disobey. Not disobey, if you irk me further. But meanwhile, Phazima, irked by Anastasia, who is the tank, of course, will unleash all her power upon Anastasia. So that is 7 points of damage coming Anastasia's way. Yeah, she will not use any advantages. So how will Anastasia take 7? I guess a 3 and a 4. As she is blasted almost cartoon-like with lightning. Like you can see her skeleton, again, cartoon-like. That... you will not vanquish the scion of House Dawnguard, she screams out.
Oh, I thought she was gonna say the whole title.
She is being zapped at the moment. Did Luke Skywalker have time to go into a speech in episode 6?
Look, he's not as high and mighty as her.
Fair enough. Anastasia gains the level 4 consequence charred and her level 3 stress. Okay. That was Fazima's turn. Next would be Benjamin's turn.
I guess I'll take the chance and keep bothering this Myrmidon group. How do I go about it? I guess I'll kind of... How many were there? 3?
3. One is wounded. Well, you know.
I guess I'll kind of like run through them and like trying to slash the squids off their faces.
Sounds like a quick or careful attack. I'm leaning more towards careful. What do you think?
Well, I think you should lean towards quick.
If you want to roll quick, once again, give me a careful to see if you are able to roll quick.
Yes, indeed. And I
yes,
barely,
can
because
yes.
my stun applied. Yeah.
Yes, barely.
So quick. That would be an 8, because I don't believe my other stuns apply.
An 8.
Oh wait, they attacked me. One of them applies.
Oh yeah. So 10 to a free. You above board. These Naga minions can take 2 hits before they die. So in total, you'll need 3 hits to dispatch them. Each hit is basically 1 damage is equal to 3. So 1 damage is a hit, but 3 damage is also a hit. 4 damage would be 2 hits. Make sense? So how do you want to distribute 7 damage? You can, that will be equivalent to 3 hits. Do you want to take out 1, wound all 3? Yeah, how do you want to distribute them?
So 3 hits is a kill / defeat, right?
Yep.
And the wounded one has how many hits?
He will need to be hurt two more times in order to be vanquished.
Okay. Then I'll attack that one twice.
Okay.
And attack another one with the rest.
Okay. One of them is down. You attack the squid things. Do you intend to...
Yeah.
Go ahead.
No, I kind of like try to like cut their tentacles so that they kind of detach and leave, I guess.
You definitely, at the very least, frighten one away so that it swims away in utter panic, leaving the one Naga that you liberated stunned and out of the fight. Alright?
Sounds good.
We are being overwhelmed, mistress. And the sorcerer says one of the remaining Myrmidons, and Fazima replies, "Hold them off. I am almost ready." Anything else on your turn, Benjamin?
You'll just say that I don't like the sound of that.
Lyri, your turn.
So the sorceress is like charging something up, presumably, right?
She's also being empowered by the Mook sorceresses.
How many of the mooks are there?
3.
Would I be able to take out 3 if I got a good roll, or is it impossible?
All 3 of them you would need at bare minimum. Let me do some math. Like 25 damage.
Jesus. Okay, yeah, it's impossible.
I mean, you have 4 advantages from the quiz.
I'm not using them now. I gotta be careful. And I am exhausted as well, which will make it presumably 27.
Maybe.
So it's probably best tackling this problem head on and taking a shot at the sorceress. So let me see what I can do.
The leader one?
Yeah, the leader.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see. Okay.
I will say maybe it's a bit of narrative context that perhaps was missed, but the other 3 mooks are channeling power into the main one.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Can I use my stunt, the visionary? Once per session, I can use my corruptive influence to alter the perception and senses of a target.
You may. How do you intend to use it?
I would like to reverse their perception so that enemies are friends and friends are enemies for this next upcoming turn.
Sure, that can happen. Can I get a clever from you before you do? To see if you
Sure.
realize something.
Oh, I think I know what this is about.
Yeah, the TLDR, the attacks the main sorceress was unleashing, like say against Benjamin and Anastasia, were clearly very lethal. You can do it, of course.
Oh.
And you can turn your powers against her minions, but they would almost certainly be killed in the result.
I didn't even think of that.
The clever roll was before you used your stunt, so you have not
Okay,
used it
okay.
yet.
Any other way I could use that might be useful? Perhaps I could...
Maybe you could alter the perception of the small sorceresses so they would assist you.
That's a genius idea.
Yeah, very clever.
Could I use DoomGoblins? Smart idea, please.
Yeah, as you use your stunt, feel free to describe visually what Lyri does in whichever way you'd like. But nevertheless, the sorceresses, well, it's not their turn yet, but they're clearly very dazed, and their spell is faltering. Now, because it's not their turn yet, they are still assisting the main one, but when their turn will come up, they will obviously do something different.
Sure.
Everyone who is paying attention to the sorceresses notices their faltering and their confusion.
Yeah, I guess Lyri kind of looks from the, I guess, like oncoming spell the main sorceress is producing, and then I guess like follows the trail of the magic back to the sorceresses, and kind of, I guess, shoots them a glare and makes a cooler gesture, and I guess brings them under her thrall, I suppose.
Do you want to make it like any visual spectacle in terms of your void powers? I'm asking so that perhaps it would be clear to your fellow party members that the sorceresses have switched sides, so to say.
Yes. Like maybe there can be some kind of like voidy trail that kind of attaches them to me like strings, so people can kind of make the connection that they're under my control.
If you want to go full Naruto reference, you can do like a little puppet master thing where you say you move your finger in a specific way, one of them moves in a specific way or whatever.
I can already picture DoomGoblin crossing that out in his bingo.
I guess above board for the viewers. A couple of episodes ago, I made like a bingo card with like things that I thought were going to happen in the episode, and one of them was a Naruto reference.
Yep.
But there was no Naruto references in that episode.
There were not. Indeed. Lyri, you still have your turn.
I guess I will. After doing that, I guess I will contemplate and consider my voidish nature. And by that I mean I'm going to try to make an advantage of the clever variety.
By contemplating your void nature.
Yeah, like,
No, I get it in general, but I'm wondering how that would apply in this combat situation. I guess contemplating how best to use your powers.
Specifically, I mean, in a way to manipulate a group of people, like the
Okay, sure, yeah.
sorceresses.
Sure. Makes
I
sense.
don't think I've controlled more than one person before.
Depends on your definition of control, but yeah, sure. Give me a clever, please.
Sure. Come on, give me something good.
But yeah, that's enough to create 2 charges on whatever advantage you have in mind. Feel free to come up with a name for it. As for...
Would I just be able to stick on to battle ready? Or is that...
sure, for
Is it
simplicity's
too-
sake, if you want to.
Okay.
As for sort of... Bloody hell. I think my mouse wheel is kind of broken. That's why, dear viewers, your view is shifting. Anyway, as for in terms of narrative, of course, if you have any particular questions, feel free to ask and I can answer with that roll of 6. But otherwise, in particular, as to your level of control over these sorceresses, yeah, you realize you've sort of almost interposed yourself in between them and the Mindbreakers, much to the Mindbreakers' annoyance and surprise at you, that you'd be able to circumvent such a direct control, if that makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
And of course, if you have any questions in particular, feel free to ask and I could answer with a roll of a 6.
Would this be applicable to anyone of a Mindbreaker? Like using that stunt kind of infiltrate that connection?
In general, yes, though of course there could always be exceptions, like a particularly powerful or whatever connection.
Mm-hmm. That makes sense, yeah.
Okay. Anything else on your turn?
Nope.
Okay. The Myrmidons, Anastasia is taunting them, so they will attack Anastasia, try to swarm her and overwhelm her with their bulk. This time it will be a forceful attack. And Anastasia parries them away and creates an advantage for herself. Scion of House Dawnguard, I'll call it. As even though she's very, very hurt from being zapped with lightning, she's able to strike a heroic pose as she drives these assailants away. Mistress, how much longer? The Myrmidons ask, and Fazima's about to reply, but notices something awry, so she shuts up until she can ascertain further. Bladebeard and Moad's turns. You guys decide the order in which you go.
All right. So is it like obvious to Bladebeard that sorceresses are assisting us now?
Kind of up to you and Zelryn, I think.
I mean, I've mentioned what there is in game.
Like
Kind of
strings
connecting.
Hmm?
But it's
Mhm.
up to Bladebeard if he can make that connection, I suppose.
Still, he might attack them because they're assisting Lyri.
True.
I don't think he will. I think that he realizes the advantage of having them helping. So he'll. I don't think I'm yet. I don't think I'm still prepared to attack the big one. I'll try to discover her advantages.
For Zima's
Or should I discover squid advantages? Not advantages.
aspects, yeah. For the Mindbreakers, again, they only have 2 because they're generic mooks. They difficulty 2 for the sort of main one, and 4 for their sort of tertiary. Even though there's only 2, so I guess secondary would be the better term.
Yeah, I'll do that, and I do have an assist from Guren.
You do? Yep. Can I get your careful, please?
3.
That's enough for their quote-unquote high concept, unless you want to invest in it.
Yeah, let's see their high concept.
Okay. The Mindbreaker's high concept is Eldritch Entity of the Deeps.
Whoa.
Alright, I'll have to think on uses for that. I have something in mind, but not sure if it applies.
Where should I put this? We're a bit running out of space. I guess I'll put it like here for now.
I mean, we do know out of the character, and kinda in character, that these guys don't want anyone to die.
You do?
That could be something that could be compelled, maybe. But let's say for now, we have that aspect, and we'll think on it.
If you
Or
can,
at least I'll think on it.
if you can tie the fact the fact that they're eldritch entities of the deeps to their desire to keep everyone alive. I'm not saying you cannot. I'm on the contrary. I can think of a few ways.
Yeah, I mean, them being entities of the void is kind of implied in that, and people dying gives power to entities of death who are enemies of the void. So it could be.
It could be.
I think. Should I do that now? I don't know. That seems like too much to like compel them. Oh, just get out of here, surrender, because we are killing you.
I will say it is permissible. Obviously permissible doesn't mean you have to go through with it.
Can I say because they are entities of the void, they don't want people to die, and people will probably die if they keep fighting. They'll decide to leave the Naga and us alone and run away.
You are attempting to compel them?
Yeah?
I will refuse the compel. From their point of view, it's still a bit too early in the fight to determine that their cause is lost. And they would very much rather keep these Naga under control, at least for now. So I've refused the compel. I am out of a fate point.
Awesome.
Oh no, right, I'm supposed to, sorry. I'm passing along the fate point to you, I think, right?
Really? No, wait, you get my fate point if you agree.
I'm dumb, I'm sorry.
I'm not refusing your fate point.
I changed my mind even before you said it, so
Alright.
you didn't like sabotage yourself, my bad. I'm bumbling over my words. Okay. So yeah, they refuse the compel. Compels are not related to combat turns, so you still have your turns.
I did discover an aspect.
Oh yeah, you did. You can still move if you'd like, or perform other narrative actions.
This is fine. I'm done.
Alright. And then it would be Moad's turn.
Yep. Well, since he's pushed past the Naga, he's gonna go for a punch to the squid or merciless one or whatever they're called. They have a lot of names. On their head.
On the main sorceress or on the mooks?
The sorceress. He was going for the sorceress. He's gonna punch that.
Sounds like a forceful attack to me, and of course you roll to defend.
Alright, forceful then.
Or careful, your choice, but yeah. You don't have any stunts that help you, so that's an 8 to a 16.
What about I no longer have that?
Which one?
What happened to the... Wasn't it... Yeah, it was I'm in charge now. Because I'm a tall ogre, I gain +2 forceful when attacking or charging up close. So that'd be a 10.
Okay, it's a 10.
I mean, it doesn't really change. Yeah, it doesn't change. I just wanted to clarify that because
Good
I think
thing.
we forget about it sometimes.
Yeah, and this applies to everyone. Please remind me of your stunts if you want to use them, because you don't have them 100% memorized. But yeah, You charge at the sorceress with the intent of attacking the Mindbreaker, Merciless One, whatever on her head, and she, I think, blasts you away with lightning. If you don't mind, I'm gonna move your token as you are blasted away, and she gains another charge on her controlled lightning advantage.
Okay.
Anything else on your turn? You can move if you'd like.
Yeah, I guess after getting zapped with lightning, he kind of they kind of shake it off, and I don't know if they're hurt because it's like pushing them away.
In terms of game mechanics, you are not. In terms of narrative, it stings obviously, but her intent was not to damage you, but to get you away.
Yeah, I'd say Moed would shift their focus to the group that these two are fighting. So he's gonna towards them.
Sure. They are now quite surrounded. Anything else on your turn?
Nope, I don't think so. Besides, not gonna hurt.
Makes sense to me. The sorceresses, now under Lyri's control, will almost certainly stop assisting Phazima. What do you want them to do? Do you want them to, Zelryn, do you want them to attack someone or to channel their power into someone else?
I would like them to channel their power into me.
Okay, you will now gain the +3 assist, the mighty +3, as Phazima notices this and says, "Fools! Traitors! What are you doing? You're disrupting the ritual! I can't cast it anymore now!" And the sorceresses, how did you alter their perception? Do they see you now as their leader, or?
Yeah, I think that makes the most sense.
Okay, so and the sorceress will say, "Mistress, will channel as much as we can. Vanquish our foes." As you feel empowered with arcane magic.
Yippee.
Gurin's turn.
Can he keep assisting Bladebeard?
Of course. Still by providing cover.
Yes.
Feel free to click and drag him wherever you would wish.
He'll stay here.
Sure. So that's the funnier result. Sure.
He still sees Naga as enemies. Yeah.
I get what you mean. Yeah. As he readies their shield. His shield rather. Okay. Thompshire, anything from the Wondrous Wisdom Ball?
I'll say get these squids off their heads.
Oh no.
Oh no.
It's Flame Strike, isn't it?
The actual cat guard is teleported here.
I need to now roll a d32.
Scary. Did I unlock special powers?
An 11. What's 11?
Benjamin pulls a void card.
Okay, I now need to select someone at random that's nearby.
Oh no, what is going on?
One is Benjamin.
Uh-oh.
2, 3, and 4 are the Myrmidons. 5 is Anastasia. 6 is Moad. 7, Big Bad Sorceress. Let's say 8 Bladebeard and 9 Lyri. I think everyone else will be out of range.
Okay.
Uh-oh.
Myrmidons.
Is it gonna be a orbital bombardment?
The Myrmidons are now all invisible. I'll move them away.
Oh god.
Could be worse, I guess.
Good luck defending from them now.
We said no killing, Benjamin.
I didn't kill anyone.
Wisdom both strains and looks at you, looks like surprised nearby, smiles.
I'll give it the middle finger.
Sticks out its tongue at you.
What beard ring with? bickering with it. Benjamin, we need to find them.
Where did our foes go? Says Anastasia. Come face me, cowards, says Anastasia. Again, she'll continue taunting. I think that's about it on the Wisdom Bow's turn. So, top of the round, whom do you want frozen and where do you want the lightning? I don't know if Discord picked that up. Basically, who do you want frozen, where do you want the lightning?
If we choose to freeze the invisible Naga, can we then see them?
I would need to roll Hekala's careful to see if she realizes... Not Hekala's, Kyrigosa's careful to see if she realizes where they are.
Okay, I have an idea. If I use my keen eye stunt, could I spot them and let Kyrigosa know their location so she can freeze them?
Yep.
Then I'll do that.
Then I'll move them back, because they have not had the opportunity to move, really.
Then they'll stay there forever.
That said, they are still invisible. What's a good invisible icon? None of these look really invisible. I guess this one. They are frozen in place and invisible. All you see are the icicles at their... not feet, but you know what I mean. Tails. Okay. Where do you want the lightning? You guys position it wherever you'd like.
I mean, the big one is going to defend.
Yeah, we might as well dispel it. Since we can't kill anyone, this is kind of useless.
Harsh. If you want to.
We love you, but sorry. Hey, Colin.
Okay. I will not remove it in case you need it later, but I'll put it like over here, okay? And you can click and drag it if you need it later, right?
Mm-hmm. Sure.
Okay. Any other passive NPCs? Oh, I guess Victrix will move sort of here-ish. Any other NPCs? Other than that, I think... No, it'll be Fazima's turn. So, Fazima, on her turn, seeing that her underlings have opposed her, her other underlings have vanished, she will say, I suppose I'll just have to deal with you myself. And she focuses on Anastasia, because Anastasia is still taunting. Let's see how Anastasia deals with another big ball of lightning coming her way. Poorly, as she takes 5 points of damage. I guess you'll... Is there a point in mitigating it to a free? Yes, there is. She'll use her one advantage to mitigate it to a free. Anastasia is not looking good, as she's repeatedly struck with lightning. Benjamin, please! You ape. Return of the Jedi, I guess. Okay, that was Fazima's turn, as she mutters, I will deal with all of you surface dwellers and reclaim my place in Najatar. Benjamin, your turn.
Okay. What do I do? So I can only see like the like frosty thingies.
The icicles, I guess, holding the Naga in place, the Myrmidons.
So don't they like create any sort of like vibrations in the water or bubbles or anything like that?
Yeah, though I would say the icicles are more proof of their location.
Well, yeah, but I'm asking this specifically because of the squids.
Oh, if you because you use your stunt, you are you don't need to worry. You are able to pinpoint where the quote-unquote
So it's like I saw them normally, right?
Yeah, pretty much, because you use your stunt.
Mm-hmm. Then I'll kind of keep doing what I was doing, essentially, kind of like going through them, trying to like slash the squids off their faces.
Okay. Sounds like a careful attack, if you will.
Why is it careful this time?
Well, my bad. I gave you the choice of quick or careful, didn't I? It was same choice. Same choice.
then careful first to see if it works.
All right.
It
Yep.
does work. And now, did they attack me on the last turn? I
No,
don't remember.
Anastasia's taunting, if you remember.
Oh, right, okay. And there's
Thank
2
you.
left, correct?
Yes.
So that would be a 12.
12, 12, 4, so 8 points of damage. That means you can take one. You can take out the intact one, or take out the wounded one and injure the intact one. Check.
Let me examine if we have any advantages.
You need need to do some math.
I just need a +2, right?
A plus. I'm sorry. I just confused myself. I'm sorry. Give me a second to reset.
Fair enough.
Okay. 8. Okay. They can, with an 8, you can take that one out. 4 more damage to.
4?
Yep. Because basically, a 1 is equal to a 3. With an 8, that's equal to 3 hits. They need 5 to be taken
you're
out.
right. You're right. Then I'll dispatch the wounded one, or not dispatch, just cut it off, whatever,
Sure.
and wound the last one.
Sure. I'll put, say, this token to represent that. Okay. Another one, again, Mindbreaker flees in terror. The other Naga, if you could see it, you would see it like fall on its, not knees, fucking fish people, fall to the ground, dazed, as you have also liberated that one with just a very wounded and surrounded but invisible one remaining.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Anything else on your turn?
No.
Lyri, the sorceresses are channeling power into you. What do you do?
Well, since Anastasia seems to be on her last legs, it seems the time to strike is now to hopefully, I guess, get this sorceress off her tail. So Lyri will Void Blink behind this sorceress, and she will use her Judgment stunt to strike at the Mindbreaker with her daggers, of course.
Attack for Lyri's defenses. Yeah. Okay. So she will not be able to defend against you. Give me your sneaky, I guess.
Okay. I hope I don't one-shot her, because that'd be
Powerful, of course.
anticlimactic. No, it's anticlimactic. If I do, could we maybe make it so I do like a +6 instead of just going through defense or something? Just because I don't want to.
Let's see what you roll, and we'll just
Okay,
we'll go from
okay.
there.
So that's a
11.
that's a no, it's a 13 because I have 2 because I'm using a Void Blink, then 3 from the channeling.
Yeah.
And if I use all of my battle readies, that's a one-shot, surely.
It would be. You would need.
So nothing.
I mean, you don't have to use your battle readies.
Oh.
Your choice.
Well.
You're currently dealing 13 to her. You would need 18 to knock her out. Well,
Guys, do you want me to get them out of the fight, or do you want me to nerf it? Because I mean,
Get who out of the fight?
this sorceress woman, the main one.
I mean, yeah, but you don't have to kill her.
I'm not going to kill her, but I'm saying.
And yeah,
You
get
know.
her out of the fight.
I will also say that you won't be able to keep the battle readies for the future after this scene.
You're really pushing me to take this sorceress out. What do you think, DoomGoblin and Khono? Should
I
pull
don't
the
see
trigger?
why not.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm not really against it, if I'm being honest.
Well, I'm always up for a bit more of a tussle, a bit of chaos, you know. So I was just seeing what everyone else thought, but if you're all giving me the go-ahead to take her out of the fight, then so be it. Lyri will use her battle readies. She'll use her stuff, use everything to take care of it.
You will need to use 3 battle readies to defeat this sorceress. Do you do so?
I will do so.
Okay. What's the consequences that you inflict on her?
Maybe could a level 6 be like maybe like mana drained or something? Like she's been kind of she's kind of extended her limit from this fight, and she's going to be kind of out of it for a while.
Sure.
2 can be headache, I guess, because she had a thing on her head. That makes sense. And 4 can be maybe just wait, what do you guys think? Maybe just like exhausted or something? I don't know. Any suggestions?
He's like got like 4 arms, so maybe like one of her arms is broke.
No, maybe.
I mean, it could be like something relating. Are those consequences also for the squid?
I'm assuming the squid will be dying here, so it doesn't.
What do you mean by dying?
I will say the squid thing above board probably won't matter. It's one among many. It's kind of indistinguishable from the other ones, if that makes sense. Don't know if Discord picked that up.
Yeah,
it did.
So you don't need to worry that this squid will show up 50 episodes from now, having recovered from its level 6 consequence or whatever. No, it's yeah.
I mean, we never know with this campaign.
So level 4, I guess, just exhausted. Why not?
Yeah, sure. As you, well, feel free to describe how you defeat this lady.
I guess Lyri will teleport with a void blink behind this lady, and with kind of like a quick kind of, in the same way she managed to kind of break in between the connection of the lesser sorcerers and their mind breakers, maybe Lyri will kind of do the same thing, and using that kind of work her way to like yanking the thing off, kind of making a bit of a mental barrier before being able to actually remove it.
And the mental barrier, I think, would prevent her from defending herself, if that makes sense. Because, go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say Lyri kind of yanks this thing off, and it, I don't know, falls to the ground, scuttles off. I don't know what it does. Just
I was about
it's thrown to the wayside.
I was about to suggest that because you used such a big surge of magic that perhaps, like the others scampered off, perhaps this one is stunned and lies on the ground because of the overwhelming amount of magic.
Yeah, makes sense.
Yeah, sure. As you liberate Fazima as well as she crumples to the ground, but in a good way, I guess.
Yippee.
And with the defeat of their leader, well, the sorceresses are still under your mind control, so they say, only one remaining mistress. And the one Myrmidon remaining says, No, mistress! I will avenge you! And it's the one enemy left. It will not surrender on its own.
Yeah, it makes sense. It's mind control.
Anything else on your turn, Lyri?
Nope. Lyri kind of, I guess, also crumples to the ground a bit, exhausted, because that was a lot of energy, and she do be having an exhausted debuff.
The one Myrmidon on its turn will once again charge at Anastasia because it perceives her as the biggest threat, and Anastasia swats it aside. Okay, Bladebeard and Moad, your turns. Oh, DoomGoblin vanished.
Well, Bladebeard is a beard. I guess, considering timing, is there still ice on the on the Naga?
Yeah, but funnily enough, he's also invisible because of Benjamin's.
Great, but there's still ice on him.
Yep, he's frozen in place.
Yeah, so, Bud, or the Budhead, being the, kind of the shaman guy. I mean, they're both shamans, technically. It's not like one of them is a warrior and one of them is a shaman, but, like, you know, one of them is, like, relegated to the duties of a shaman. That side of Moad's body, and I guess in a troll form, lady troll form, because that's what Bud likes doing, would, like, channel the ice to kind of, like, pummel or like slam the Naga down, kind of like moving it, but like obviously not to kill the Naga, but like just like lift it up and then slam it on the ground.
Interesting. Yeah, sounds like a clever attack.
Clever it is.
2201. Yeah, you hurt it further, I believe.
But it is not unconscious, is it?
You would need 3 more damage to knock it out. Of the fight, at least.
Would adding a fate point... Let's see. That would be like a 4 to a 1?
Mm-hmm.
That do it? Or no?
Again, you need 3 more, so you need 1 more point of damage.
1 more point of damage? So even adding like a fate point wouldn't do much?
I mean, you could always reroll, but basically you need a 5 to...
Oh, yeah, a reroll.
You did roll below average.
Clever is 3. I could actually get higher roll, actually. Yeah, I'll reroll. And I will reroll. Yeah, I'll use the aspect Shaman Novice. The most sense.
Yeah, makes...
Moad is still learning how to be a shaman, but learning how to be a shaman means, you know, doing shaman stuff. So, yeah, Moad would continue with the element of water or ice, whatever. It's the same thing.
Water. Yeah.
And try and get it to beat this Naga up. Again, rather. So, clever.
A clever, please, yes. Better, but not enough.
Above board question. If he were to summon a wind elemental, would it be more powerful due to the dominating elemental lieutenants?
Yes, but by being constricted because of the environment, it kind of balances out, I guess.
Fair enough.
On that note, ice is usually, in like World of Warcraft at least, seen as a mixture of air and water elementals, if that makes sense.
Oh, interesting.
Oh no, that's steam. I mean, or I guess it's also ice. Never mind. Whatever.
I mean, Ahun is an ice elemental lord under Neptulon, so I kind of just figured.
Right. Either way, you would need 2 more points to knock this fellow out.
Might leave that for Bladebeard, considering. Yeah, I mean, I'll leave it to just the ice pummeling the Naga for now. I don't see the point in adding any more fate points to just one Naga.
Sure. You nevertheless invoke the ice to slam this...
Oh, I'm guessing that game, by the way, if you want to use that.
You do have one guessing game.
Wait, what?
You could also use one of my battle readies if possible. I don't know how we'd make it make sense, but we could maybe think of something.
It's a vague enough...
Should I use the guessing game? I mean, I'm down.
Maybe? Because Bladebeard isn't in this fight, so I don't know. Up to you.
He was.
Above board, if Zelryn agrees, of course, I would instead suggest using the battle ready, because battle ready will go away while guessing game will stick around.
That's why I suggest.
I'll use battle ready if Zelryn's down for that.
Yeah, I'm down with it. I have no need for it.
Welcome back, DoomGoblin.
Yo.
We're still on Moad's turn as he is dispatching the remaining Naga. So you're using Zelryn's Lyri's rather battle ready?
Yeah.
Okay. You use it to slam the remaining Naga into the ground, dazing its Mindbreaker as it floats away, and the Myrmidons have now all been liberated. The sorceresses... This is odd, as the Mindbreakers attempt to force control away from Lyri, but they just cannot because of Lyri's stunt. So I think they will also float away, as all Naga now lie defeated, and Thrash, the 7th minion, yells, "We have our victors! The brave challengers!" And the arena erupts into applause.
I guess Moad would sluggishly lift up his fist, ogre style.
Lyri would kind of struggle to get back on her feet, but eventually do so.
Can Bladebeard try to bite one of the squids that is running away?
Yeah, so can I get, I guess, a quick from you?
Can you roll it for me? I'm still not in.
Oh, sure.
D20.
Roll Bladebeard's quick first. You got a 6 versus a...
Oh, do I need to roll careful first? How does the Aaran thing work?
Right, my bad. Your careful was a -1, so no, you cannot make the attempt as the waves buffet you back.
I guess Benjamin would try to help Anastasia up and see if she's still alive.
She feels hot to the touch, and you see several burn marks. She says, "Victory!" She smiles at you. Very earnestly.
Well, I suppose so, but we're slowly starting to take a beating.
The Naga begin to recover slowly, and Fazima, the leader, looks around, especially at Lyri, and says, "You could have killed me, surface dweller. Our kinds are not used to being allies. Why have you spared me? Us."
Is she asking Lyri specifically, or...?
She's looking at Lyri because Lyri dealt the sort of mortal blow, quote-unquote mortal, but she's like looking around also at the general room as well.
Lyri's kind of panting and out of breath, so she just kind of gestures towards Benjamin to do the speaking.
Well, we met what's left of your tribe, people, clan, whatever your group designation is.
School.
Where are
It's
they?
like a school of fishes, so...
Are they still alive? As the city claimed them too?
Well, the ones we met were still alive and claimed by these squid things.
If you release me and allow me to leave, we will align ourselves with you. Your goals, whatever they may be. You have my word as a former attendant of the Queen herself.
Well, as far as I'm concerned, you are free to go.
Lyri will nod in agreement.
Both the heads of Moad would nod. I guess, though they're both trolls right now, but still, they're both nod.
"Challengers," says Thrash, "you have your pick of rewards. I can offer you a glorious plot of land in our great city, or..." He produces a box that's, let's say, about the size of, like, I don't know, a human chest, I guess. I don't mean breasts, I mean like a torso. Or, and he puts the box down, anything else you may desire. So above board you can grant the Naga their freedom, or accept a plot of land, or whatever is in the box.
So the Naga's freedom, we need to like waste our quote-unquote wish.
Pretty much. You are not their owner, so to say.
Do we see what's in the chest?
Give me a careful. And then, of course, anyone can roll.
Can we
Do I
assist
still have
someone?
plus? Oh, nothing. I do
Okay.
have +1 from Gorin.
Can we assist Benjamin perhaps?
Sure, I can do that.
How do you assist Benjamin? I'm down for it.
I maybe if there's anything wait, how is Benjamin gonna do it first? Because if he's like doing it arcanely, maybe I can like
I'm pondering the crate, the treasure chest.
okay. I guess
Pondering the orc.
that makes it really difficult for me. How can I help a pondering man? I guess I rub his chin so he doesn't have to do that. I don't.
Moed could like lift him up and like make it so he could see it better.
Oh yeah, is it like on the ground or is it like?
No, it's in the
holding
little balcony that Thrash is in.
Oh, I see. Yeah, sure. Can we like make
With the gymnastics pyramid.
Can we make a big pyramid to hold him up?
Cheerleader pyramid.
Take a little peek
He
inside.
can just swim up.
Oh yeah. I kind of.
That's no fun.
Yeah, you can't do the pyramid if you do that.
Our winners are performing for the spectacle for you good people, Thrash says. But yes, you may.
Okay, I'll give him a assist.
Feel free to move your token if you want.
I will also.
Yeah, we need to put ourselves in formation.
Sure.
I am there.
I will say Bladebeard with a roll of 1, there's not much I can tell you other than it's a metal crate.
Yeah,
Sorry, go ahead.
if we learn what it is, and if it's useful, maybe I can steal it.
True.
Wink, wink. You can't steal a plot of land though, so that's a 7, I believe.
Mm-hmm.
Are we leaving? Well, I guess I'll tell. Well, no, because you may reroll. Funnily enough, so are we leaving it at a 7?
Oh, yeah, I guess so.
You can change your mind after I sort of deliver the answer, but it won't be a reroll, I guess, in case you get worse. Anyway, with a 7, I can tell you by the way, like the subtle sounds it makes, there's something heavy and metallic inside, but not too big. You feel like the crate is a bit oversized, and you do detect a whiff of magic from it. What kind of magic? The same magic that you feel, sort of, kind of, from one of the persons underneath you, Moad, because I guess that's what Moad's assist will come from. Yeah, it's fell magic.
So presumably like a found greatsword or something, I'm guessing.
It's smaller than, as I said, the object within is smaller than the actual crate, so it'd be, it's not a great sword, definitely, unless it's like a folding great sword, because it's too.
It's a miniature warglaive. Guess not.
You can improve your roll if you want.
Something
No.
that's fell. I don't think we want
It's-
to involve ourselves as fell.
Yeah.
You have fell blades.
I know.
Moad is half demon.
Well, we don't need more fell.
It's probably
Yeah.
Benjamin would kind of ponder the chest and rub his chin and say,
Lyri was doing that for you.
Isn't she part of the like gymnastics formation or something?
I'm making a joke.
She extends her like tentacle hand to reach out really high.
It's some sort of fell weapon.
I never said weapon above board.
Oh, but I guess Benjamin assumes,
Makes sense. I mean,
be
Moed.
it correct or
thing.
not.
Moed's weapon is fell, and
Lyri's weapons are fell.
Benjamin kind of climbs down of the weird formation and just says, I think allies are more valuable.
Lyri will.
I agree.
Lyri will nod because last time we opened the chest, we got rotten food.
Victrix suddenly appears behind you and says, I don't know, I'd like to own a house someday. The plot of land
A what?
sounds good.
Well, you. Yeah. What did you
Yeah,
say?
this
Did my Discord cut off? I'm curious.
For me, it did.
Yeah,
Mhm.
I didn't hear it.
She pops up behind you guys and says, I don't know, I would like to own a house someday. The plot of land sounds good.
I'm not sure this is the best place for real estate.
Shrugs.
Well, is everyone else in agreement?
I.
I say we.
Then Benjamin would turn
Realize.
to the troll lich thingy man creature and say, our wish is for these Nagas' freedom.
Mercy. How rare. This is the second time today and the second time since I have been in charge of this arena. Interesting.
How long have you been in charge?
Years. Very well.
10 years? 20 years? 30 years?
He does not
He would say decades if it was like that.
He does not elaborate, and instead says, Very well, I be in a graceful mood. And he waves his hands. Freedom for the vanquished minions of Minloth. But I warn you, if you turn your weapons against our city again, you will once again find yourselves vanquished. And there will be no mercy in the future, he says to the Naga. And the sorceress is about to say something. Catches herself and says, We understand. And Thrash says, Glory to Minloth, glory to Ilalai, and glory to these challengers. And the arena erupts in applause.
Bladebeard takes a bow.
Lyri tries to take a bow, but then kind of falls over in exhaustion.
Moed pumps his fist, or their fist.
Fazima, I'll reduce her token to her actual size, so to say, approaches your group and says, Why have you done this? I'm not ungrateful, but is it my power that you seek? Political or magical?
Just the right thing to do.
You didn't really attack us, you were forced.
Very understood, surface dwellers. You have...
We do need a place to sleep, right? Do you have do you live in somewhere in the city, or do you have a camp?
We used to have a base in the Imperial Gardens, but I believe that's what the trolls call them. But I am not sure if my kin are still there or not. She pauses.
Did they ever mention where they were camping?
Above board, yeah, in the Imperial Gardens.
Well, I believe they're still there.
Then I can lead you there if you are sure, but a journey through the city would be perilous. Do you not have a place on the surface? You'd be safe from everything that is happening here.
We do have a ship.
Probably safer than everything that is here. The Kraken that are here have not ventured as much as other Kraken.
Will you be coming with us?
No. I must first make sure that my tribe is safe. But you have won our friendship and allegiance, let us say.
Very well. I believe we also have some fights to go through still anyway, so we'll meet each other soon.
Do you intend to continue fighting in... Oh, no offense intended, but she points at Lyri, who is gasping on the ground.
No, we'll rest first. And then we'll fight some more. Win some more.
Aye.
Careful that you do not allow yourselves to be ensorcelled by the city, even without the mind breakers upon you.
This is a pretty terrible place. I don't think that's possible.
I love it.
Once again, you have the gratitude of the Black Veil. But if in the future, I should warn you now, if in the future you decide to take up arms against the Queen, I'm afraid our paths will diverge.
Don't worry, I'm a good friend with the Queen.
I somehow doubt that, little surface dweller, but I will entertain your delusion. If, she pauses, if you meet any of my kind that are hostile, perhaps they have not been informed of our alliance, utter these words and they will understand. Zakaj.
Can you type that in the Discord?
Sure thing.
Zakash.
They will understand that our friendship comes from me. That said, if there are further merciless ones on their heads, it will not really be up to me to control them, if that makes sense.
Are you aware that, for some reason, killing things in this city is bad?
I was not surface dweller. What do you mean? Morally?
No. Kyrie?
I've never been one to fraternize with Naga. I have never been one to fraternize with gnomes. Smiles, Kyrie does. Well, according to our research, says Kyrie, there is a force here that is fed by deaths. Let's keep it simple like that. I'm not one that prefers simplicity's little gnome. Let's just say that the long-winded answer would be complicated. She sighs and says to the rest of you, look, if you want, I can accompany our fine allies and explain things to them, or I can just give them a short version.
We can come back to this later. I think we'll need you for the fights ahead.
Alright. Interesting. Very well, we shall refrain from killing unless in self-defense. For now, says the sorceress. But I do hope for some explanations.
Very well.
Is there anything else, or are we free to go?
You are free to go.
Farewell.
Farewell, surface dwellers. And she motions for the Naga to follow her. Does Lyri relinquish control over the sorceresses?
Oh yeah, of course.
Okay. Yeah. The Naga depart. The sorceresses with some wary glances in Lyri's direction, but they still depart.
Are the other guys still invisible?
Yes, but after a minute the spell goes away.
Okay.
Oh, that would have been cool if that was like dynamic that they had, because they could have been like a Mando unit or something for the Naga.
It's a temporary spell. Permanent invisibility would be quite something, wouldn't it? No, I'm not gonna spoil other effects of the Wondrous Wisdom Bow, because one day they may happen. Okay. So, any objections, or will the Naga depart?
Bye,
Yeah, that's all.
mermaids.
The Naga shall depart.
The Naga depart. Alright. As the crowd continues cheering, Thrash says, Return to your quarters, challengers. And come back to the arena when you are ready for your next match.
Is there like a set maximum time, or can we like sleep?
Just 2 battles and you're already exhausted? Very well, I will grant you this indulgence.
Thank you.
Much appreciated.
Can I get a clever from Benjamin? This will be a very difficult roll to see if he realizes something.
Sure. A -1. I don't realize a thing.
A bet sounds real good.
Indeed.
Alright.
I think stuff is about to happen.
I feel like we come back and it's gonna be like he's gonna make it through the entire thing over again.
The arena will reset.
I
Tomorrow.
have the feeling something bad's gonna happen while we sleep. That's my
We'll have a naval battle recreation like in the Colosseum.
I will say, keep in mind that I only asked Benjamin to roll, no one else. So it's not
Concerning.
so it is not a realization that anyone else could come to, if that makes sense.
Guess I'm just smarter.
Oh.
All right. What do you do? What is your guys' plan?
Sleep.
Sleep.
Should we sleep here or?
Moad's plan is the.
I don't think we can leave the arena, so we probably have to sleep in the like arena quarters or whatever.
What if our potions stop working in the middle of the night and we choke?
I would hope not. Isn't the guy always following us?
He was staying just outside, like over here, just outside the entrance, at whenever your matches took place. He deliberately is interacting as little as possible, but of course you can direct questions to him.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I guess we'd go back inside to the quarter area thing.
2 more victories, and Thrash will be released, he says. Maj does.
Any ideas on the next opponents?
No ideas, just suspicions.
Well, we're all ears.
The final fight will likely be Thrash himself.
And the next one?
Anchorbeard probably knows, but who knows where's he?
The next fight... Shrugs. Who could say? I will roll a
I guess
sneaky.
we haven't fought like some sort of big beast. That's normal in arenas, right?
A Kodo.
I have rolled Maj's sneaky, if anyone wants to beat that.
I'll pass.
But an underwater dragon. Ooh.
Bladebeard, you're completely confident that Maj has no idea what the next fight will be.
So, people here in the city seem to be repeating the same day over and over again.
They are, he says.
Does that mean Thrash will forget us and what we've done if the day passes by?
Not quite, because he points at your head. You don't have one of those on your head. He will remember your interactions because of this.
Will you?
I do not have... I'm not under the control of the evil ones.
But how do you know? Maybe you forgot.
Does it look like I have one of those around me?
No.
Well, Bladebeard's asking stupid questions. Benjamin's examining the probably quote-unquote beds.
Give me a careful, and the higher the number, the better accommodations you can find.
Fair enough. Then my stunt applies, I take it?
It would.
A 7.
You, at first, you mostly find just typical decomposed furniture and such, and then you stumble across a metal door that is strangely not rusted. And as you examine the door, you realize it is, sealed, as in the water does not pour through it into the room beyond. So
Like magically sealed?
Indeed. And you realize that the room beyond has probably lain intact, unaffected by the seas.
Benjamin would open the door.
You open the door, and strangely the water does not rush past the door, such as the magical seal. And inside it, because you rolled quite well, you find several double beds, along with a bunch of skeletons. You
Living skeletons or dead skeletons?
Unmoving skeletons.
Troll skeletons?
Seems that way. Feel free to give anyone who's here, give me clevers to realize what this is. Clevers, if you want.
Sure.
Sure.
Everyone else is unsure, but Bladebeard, yeah, you've seen something like this before in like some pit fighting cultures. This is a room that, how should I say it? The organizers of the fights reward particularly successful champions by basically, the skeletons that you see are basically very dead prostitutes.
I knew it.
Huh.
I know it makes sense that Bladebeard would know this.
Yeah.
Benjamin would kind of push the skeleton off of one of the beds.
And you realize that Mindbreakers did not have a way to enter this place, hence why, yeah.
How is this possible? Why is there no water here?
I don't know, Benjamin says as he removes his boots and climbs on the bed.
There's air here. That is quite a powerful seal. Although, well, did you know that enchanting first originated from the trolls? So I suppose it makes sense.
Lyri will kind of slide into one of the beds and not only have a pillow under her head, but also on top of it as well.
Yeah. Strangely intact. This was Kyrie speaking.
Above board, we can breathe here, right?
Breathe air. Yeah, this is air. Though very stale air, but still air.
Isn't the air gonna run out overnight and we die?
Hmm.
There are plants.
That answer was very inconclusive, I'm worried.
If you want to, do you want to voice that? Go ahead.
Yeah, I guess Benjamin would kind of pose that.
Oh, I
I
can
can try and talk.
Well, if you want, I can break the seal to let the water in, or I think I can cook up a spell to refresh the air in the room.
I mean, if you can do that, that would be appreciated. I'd rather not die in my sleep.
I also could try and talk to the air elemental or something.
I don't think that's a great idea.
He summons a hurricane in the bedroom.
Oh,
Yeah. Summoning hurricanes.
Kyrie says, actually, I think our good friend Moad has the right of it. Of course, we can always go with my backup option, but it would be good to have you stretch your metaphorical legs, try your powers out.
Yeah,
Well, you guys figure it out. Benjamin just covers his head with a pillow, hoping to ignore whatever's going on.
Who got this, brother? Okay, I will try talking to him and make our heir stay for a while and be nice.
Maud, how do you reach out to the elemental spirit of air? Again, keeping in mind what we discussed last time, that Maud is aware that he is lacking a proper totem to properly channel his powers.
Yeah, I'd say, I mean, it would take a little bit of time, but I think, like, Moed would, like, sit down and try and meditate and try to focus in on communicating with the air elemental.
Can I get your careful? This is basically an observation careful to see how you evaluate this happening. You're able to tell, and this is very obvious to you, that the elemental spirits near you are in constant turmoil because of the war waged between the 4 elemental lieutenants. They are more difficult to bring to heel. That said, because of the constant state of conflict and unbalance, they are also more powerful, so to say, because they are frantic. And currently you are able to tell, and if it wasn't obvious already, that Hazu is the dominant elemental, so you would definitely be able to easily reach out to the spirit of air and ask it for assistance.
Yeah, alright.
Great Hazu, the air in here is not going to last us. Can you make it better and last longer, please?
Oh, you're reaching out to Hazu himself, okay? Give me a flashy.
Oh, I just figured that's what you were implying, but...
I was more so implying that because Hazu is dominant, all the air elementals are empowered.
So aren't we familiar with Hazu as well?
True.
I mean, yeah, but it's kind of a big shot to ask for like an air freshener. It's like asking like a chef for some microwave noodles.
I guess, but I guess the air will be really, really nice if he convinces.
He's gonna summon a hurricane in our room. Oh my god, I can tell.
Yeah, we're gonna die.
Jeez. No faith in Moa.
The room's gonna become like a blender. When it's
So you said flash?
Swished around.
It is flashy
I have
it is flashy to get Hazu's attention, yes.
Ooh, I don't like.
You feel that?
I reroll.
Okay, do you want to reroll?
Yes, I would like to reroll. Obviously this would be Shaman Novice again. Then.
Yeah, makes sense to me. Give me a reroll, please. Okay. Oh yeah, definitely. As you reach out with your mind and you push. Hazu is in a very, very far away place, so you know how to do this because the knowledge of being a shaman has been basically forcefully implanted into you with the Ogre Mage transformation. You reach out with your mind hundreds of miles away to where you know the Tower of Hazu is, and even if you didn't know where it was on a map, you definitely feel drawn to it because of your shaman knowledge. And you sort of find yourself almost telepathically transported over to the Tower of Hazu. I'm not necessarily gonna put too much stuff on screen for simplicity's sake, but you find Hazu. Basically, you will reach his tower. You find him in the middle of a struggle as you see firestorms batting at his tower, the waves raging, earthquakes shaking it, but he nevertheless keeps all of them at bay, smiles and says, "Paltry attacks, I predicted them all. You three really have not changed over all these thousands of years. Watch as a true lieutenant of the Wind Lord pushes away his opponents. Oh, you. I don't remember you, or you're different." And Maud, as you find yourself, again, telepathically before Hazu, you see another battered figure next to you that I will put on screen. This is slightly surprising. You see this person lying unconscious in a pool of blood on the floor.
I remember her.
Nevertheless, you now stand before Hazu. Again, telepathically, that's not the right term, but basically you project your mind there. And you have Hazu's attention.
A great Kazoo. Kazoo. Hazu. Kazoo. Great Hazu. Would you be able to give us some fresh air in where we are right now? And keep it there for a while?
Fresh air? Who do you think you are talking to? You are speaking to a lieutenant of Skywall. Where are you? Why, your consciousness is here. You seem very familiar to me, but I'm not sure how. Oh.
You know me as Morg or Bud, but I am now Moad now.
Ah, yes. You used to have only one head, did you not? Ugh, I can't be bothered with the paltry affairs of mortals. So where are you? How can the great and mighty Hazu aid you?
I request your boon at the very least. Well, I guess I could channel it, right, brother? I believe so. Yes, and may I have your boon then?
Pauses. Says, you are underwater, are you not? Well, I could always use an agent against Count Humidius, the treacherous bastard. Above board, your shaman instincts are urging you to, basically not imbalance the elemental war already going on. In fact, your instincts would rather be to calm everything down, if that makes sense. Not saying that you can do that necessarily. It's just that accepting to be basically Hazu's proxy in this war goes against your instincts as a shaman, if that makes sense.
Right.
So how do you reply?
It is my duty as a shaman to keep things in balance, great lord.
Mortals and their balance. When the wind shall blow all over this world, then there will be balance. But very well, I am currently holding off free elementals at bay. I am clearly proving the power of the wind. I can grant you this small boon as a favor. You have impressed me. I have not expected you to follow this path.
Thank you, great Hazu.
Very
Yes,
well.
thank you.
Very well, very well. And if you require my aid again, well, we'll talk further, yes?
Indeed. Yes.
Oh, and do me a favor, will you? He points at the unconscious Oscuri. Do me a favor, don't tell your friend about her. I want to torture her more. I don't want her to be rescued yet.
Okay. Don't say anything, brother. Okay, I won't.
Good. Right, away you go. I have 3 elemental lieutenants to defeat and little time to spare.
Of course, great Lord Hazu.
And he whisks you away with his hand, but obviously it's just your consciousness, so you're not affected. I presume you return to the chamber that you guys were in?
Yeah.
All right. You return, your consciousness there, and from everyone else, Moad just sat down almost cross-legged in meditation mode rather. Now when they open their eyes, they bring with them a fresh gust of wind that feels very, very comforting to everyone.
I did it. Good job, brother.
Yes, that was genuinely impressive, says Kyrie.
Yes, but we do need to make a totem. I agree. We have to think of something.
I'm not an expert in shamanism. I can reference you some tomes, but they are not written by shamans. Though I suspect, given the ritual, that you already know much of what you need to know.
Yes, it gave us many knowledge.
Much. She smiles.
Yes.
Well, I suppose anyone care to keep watch, or do you think there will be no danger?
We might need someone to watch.
Benjamin's already asleep. It's too late to ask his opinion.
I guess we can do it in shifts.
Aye. We could do it in shifts too. The two of us. It'd be weird though. I'm gonna sleep
Does
on
it
your
work
head.
like that?
Should.
Wait, one of you can sleep and one is awake?
We've never tried it before, but we could try. Aye. Nice way to experiment.
I can keep first watch if you want, says Kari.
That would be good. We're a bit tired after doing that. And they eat some of the soggy popcorn. Or I guess it wouldn't be soggy here.
Yeah, well, the popcorn refreshes when you want it to refresh. So if you had refreshed it underwater, it would be soggy. If you refresh it in this aired chamber, it would not be.
Lyri kind of pulls the pillow off her face and then looks around. Are other teammates here, like Runeweaver, or are they not?
Runeweaver, Rokri, and Zhaoqi are not here, but everyone else is.
Before I go to sleep, shouldn't you go and look after the others, Kyrie?
Oh, right. I'll let them know where we are. And
Oh, aren't they here?
No.
Thought they came along.
The ones in the stands did not. No.
Oh, in the stands. Okay.
But Hakala, Kyrie, and the Dawn Guard sisters did come here. Anastasia's already passed out.
After affirming that, Lyri will put the pillow again over her head and try and fall asleep.
Alright. Kyrie will say, alright, I'll be right back. Feel free to fall asleep in the meanwhile. I don't believe there will be much danger here.
Yeah, I guess one of the heads of Moed would fall asleep for now. I don't know, but didn't Kyrie say she's leaving?
Kyrie said she's basically leaving to inform the others in your group what's going on, and then returning to stand the first watch.
Yeah.
Maud, a question. How do you sleep, given that when you just had one head, there was the issue of the Fell Lord taking potential control of you? Now remember, you have those sleeping pills that basically knock you out. You have a sleepless, deep sleep. Or you can try to sort of pass the responsibility from each head to the other, now that you have two heads. What do you think?
Well, since neither of them have done this before, it's definitely an attempt, I'd say. So, one head, I mean, like, I've done this before, I guess, where it's like you're resting. It's like one is legitimately there to like close their eyes and sleep, while the other is just kind of laying there looking around at stuff. Because I'd say Moarg, or the first head, the pointy head, the more aggressive head,
Hmm.
would be awake, and the more shaman inclined, piratey, bud head would be asleep.
Just a second while I take a swing of water, okay? A drink of water.
Okay.
With that in mind, Moad, can I get your, I guess, forceful to see if you manage to keep up this like intermittent sleep schedule? You do. Okay. What about
Good old force.
what about everyone else? How and do you all go to sleep?
Aye, aye.
Do we have blankets?
Yep.
Can I like
Thought you
hide
were gonna
under?
ask if there were prostitutes.
What?
I thought you were gonna ask if there were prostitutes. Living ones, anyways.
The answer is no, but yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. I'll hide under a blanket and use the scrying orb.
Mhm.
Can I see? I don't know. Bladebeard's crew.
You've tried this before, and you get the same result. You look and you see darkness.
Interesting. Maybe I can't spy on anything in this city. I'll try Kyrie.
You look for Kyrie, and once again, you see darkness.
Then I'll look for what's the lady on my ship called? Old Lucia?
Oh, Lucia, sure. You get almost TV static. You see mostly darkness, and then sometimes you see old Lucia's face with her one eye staring right back at you.
Damn, this thing is broken.
It is working perfectly fine, Captain, says old Lucia from your orb. You've never used this as a communication device before.
Wait, you can hear me?
Says nothing.
Oh, it was just a coincidence that she said something that sounded like an answer to my question.
Whatever makes the captain happy, she mutters.
It happened again.
Can Moed hear Bladebeard talking to himself under the blanket?
Depends how loud Bladebeard is talking. How loud is Bladebeard talking?
Probably not too loud, because at first I was thinking that he is like saying all this in his head. But sure, he's saying it, but not super loud.
Sure. If you want, we can resolve this via dice roll, sneaky versus careful. Sneaky versus careful if you want. Or you can determine, up to you guys if, yeah.
What? 0 sneaky.
What's going on? I just came back.
Bladebeard is peering through Crassus's seeing orb, and someone is talking back at him.
Ooh, I see. Interesting.
Does Moad want to roll?
Yeah, sure. What
Careful.
Careful, I'm guessing.
Okay.
Another 0.
You guys decide what happens with that, or if you want to roll again or whatever.
Let's just
can roll again if you want.
again.
All right.
You win.
All right.
You do hear Bladebeard's... yeah, well, speaking, yeah.
Morg would perk up and be like, "Go to bed, Bladebeard."
What?
Hear you talking. Go to bed.
Your former first mate is wise, says Olusha from the orb.
Alright, good night everyone. He'll
Good night.
Put the orb back into his beard.
Let me make a note of something. So do you all go to sleep?
Yep.
Yes.
I'd say
Mhm.
Moarg's head would stay awake until Kyragosa came back, and then he'd go to sleep.
Kyragosa would return and said, "Have let them know. They have opted to sleep on the ship. Your warlock fellow was acting oddly, but there wasn't much I could tell off of him."
Gonna have to keep a close eye on him.
Right. Get some rest. I'll keep watch.
And Moarg would fall asleep.
Moarg, but not Bud, correct?
Well, no, they're both asleep now. If Kyragosa's there to watch.
Oh, both of you are asleep. Okay, okay.
Now they are. They weren't. One of them was asleep before. It was Bud's head. Now it's Moarg's head that is asleep now too.
Even with the potential danger of the Fell Lord?
I guess.
Sure. I mean, it's up to you. You can obviously sleep normally, sleep sort of take shifts with with the sleeping, or use the pills to basically knock yourself out.
If they're both asleep, is that good
Last
or
time,
bad against the Fellor?
last time when you only had one head and you went to sleep, the Fell Lord attacked you in your sleep, tried to wrestle control of your body away from you.
I guess more accurately, because they've never done it before, Bud would have been more resting than asleep then. So he wouldn't be like fully asleep until Kyrie was back.
But afterwards, both your heads go to sleep?
Yeah, like completely. Yeah.
And without
Just
the
make
pills,
sure nothing.
just sleeping.
They could probably take one of the pills after Kyrie is back. I don't see the harm in.
Okay. Then you knock yourself into a deep, deep slumber with the pills, and you are not in danger of the Fell Lord taking over your body. But it does mean you will have a dreamless, uneventful, let's say, sleep. All right.
Okay. Well, I mean, he already kind of did like a traveling thing with the elements earlier. So that's not exactly a poor
Yeah, that makes sense to me. Okay. Bladebeard and Benjamin and Lyri, last time I'm asking, are all asleep, correct?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Okie dokie. So, as all of you go to sleep, I will say, Lyri and Moad, you do not see what is about to happen. Lyri almost certainly because of the crown of the Nexus Lord, and Moad because he knocked himself out. Alright?
Yeah.
Let me make a note of something.
We're going to get some kind of Lovecraftian nightmares.
Mm-hmm.
I guess you could say that. As you find yourselves in this odd predicament, as will shift screens to this. Does it look good on
Full body chess. Oh no.
What did you say?
Full body chess. Oh no.
As Benjamin and Bladebeard, you find yourselves picked up by two hands that you aren't quite able to discern their form, and you find yourselves unable to move. As the two hands place you, I'll put Benjamin first. This is Season 3 Benjamin over here, and Bladebeard is placed. Where is Season 3 Bladebeard? This is Season 3 Bladebeard over here. And there's a voice on the other end that says, predictable that you would begin with those two. And the voice behind you says, oh, they are reliable. I don't know what else I frankly don't know what else to tell you. This whole endeavor was your idea to begin with. The voice in front of you says, you have something of mine, and I want it back. And you feel the ground almost shake. Well, not almost, it does shake, as a head rests on the table sort of opposite to you. And the thing on the other end, basically the opponent of whatever side you're on, you see what looks like a reptilian eye wink at the two of you and then raise itself back up.
Do the voices sound familiar at all?
Give me a careful, please. Your stunt will apply. I'll say they are
I'll do it
distorted.
too.
What's up? What's up, DoomGoblin? Okay.
Nothing.
You must have drunk a lot. Oh no, you didn't drink. That's even worse. Is what's going through your head. Benjamin. Sounds familiar, but you can't quite place it. You do realize that behind you there are two voices, and in front of you there's only one. And
Can I not move or can I not speak either?
now both of you can move, but this will be bizarre. You can only perform sort of idle animations.
Fair enough. Can I do a lean animation at least?
You can, yes.
That's a new feature.
Yeah, sure. But you cannot move forward or backward or attack or whatever.
Sure. I'll type
can-
/lean on this chat.
Can we talk?
No. And the thing, the opponent, so the one that winked at you, says, so have you had your first taste of altering fate, little girl? Did you enjoy it? Are you so willing to forsake the ways that you have been taught? And one of the voices behind you says, I will not be patronized by you. And the
Patronize? Okay,
And
never mind, carry on.
and the other voice that's behind you says, my daughter has made her own choices. This is between the two of us. Quite right, says the opponent. Well, who shall pick the next pieces? Above board. DoomGoblin and Thompshire, if you can I get your carefuls? Thompshire, your stunt, Benjamin's stunt will apply. And the number that you guys get, say hypothetically Benjamin gets a 5, you will reveal 5 pieces of your choice.
What does that mean?
It means, Bladebeard you get 3. Benjamin, can you also roll with your stunt applying? 4. As you examine your surroundings, basically you determine, say the opponent decides, okay, the next piece I'm picking is my queen. And you determine who the opponent's queen is, for instance.
Okay.
You can decide to improve your rolls if you want. Currently,
I
Bladebeard
think
has a 3,
I'll-
Benjamin has a 4.
I think I'll pass for now. Not until I have an idea what's going on.
Wait. Is Bladebeard like a bishop and Benjamin is a horse?
A knight, Benjamin.
Yeah, the horse figure.
I know it's different in different languages, but yes.
No, it's knight. I'm just...
Well, my language, funnily enough, it is horse, but so I do get what you mean.
Yeah, here as well, I think.
Hmm?
Yeah, horse and bishop is hunter.
In my language, the bishop is the madman. And
Madman.
yeah, and that's partly why I depicted Bladebeard as a bishop.
Well, in my language is hunter, so...
Yeah, but it's, those variations are interesting, I'll admit. And, And Thompshire, you brought up a good point that you're not super sure what's going on. Can I get clevers from both of you to ascertain that a bit further?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Love this.
This Bladebeard is the freakiest party you've ever been to. You're floating in space, weird sand is blowing past you, you have no idea what's going on. Benjamin,
Oh, I didn't notice the sand.
Benjamin, you sort of realize, at least by your sort of position on the board, at the very least, let's say someone is on the opposite side of you. That does not necessarily mean they're your enemy per se, but rather that they're acting against the interests of the ones that basically are controlling you, so to say.
Fair enough.
So with that in mind, Bladebeard has 3 spots he can uncover, unless he wants to improve his roll, and Benjamin has 2 spots he can uncover.
Wasn't it 4?
4, my bad, I misread that. 4, unless you want to improve your roll.
No.
I will also say, each bishop, each pawn, each etc. is different.
Like a different person, different abilities.
So, So, for instance, this pawn will be different from this pawn, who will be different from this pawn. They're all individuals.
Fair enough, I think.
I think Bladebeard will want to... can I choose both our figures and enemies?
Enemies,
right?
any figures you wish. And I will say you will notice that this bishop and this bishop, like their spots are cracked. I will also say, DoomGoblin and Thompshire, feel free to consult with Khono and Zelryn. You're more than welcome to.
No, fuck them. They're using drugs to sleep.
Mhm.
Do you want to go first, or should I?
Yeah, I think I'll pick our king and queen and their queen.
Okay. In which order do you want them?
Let's say our queen first.
Our queen first. As the sort of younger voice says, all right, I will... Don't hate me for this, father. As, let me check something. Yeah. They pick this queen. And the opponent seems stunned and says, you have no idea of the powers you are trifling with, child. I have idea enough, thank you very much. Are you certain of this, daughter? Says one of the persons behind you. Yes, the choice is made.
Isn't that one super OP frog?
To your eyes, this seems like a floating frog. If you want, you can roll me careful to try to see what the hell is up with this, but it'll be a very difficult roll. Benjamin, your stunt would apply if you're asking.
I think I'll pass.
Sure. DoomGoblin, do you still want your next piece to be your king?
So, given the positioning, I take it we're mid-game, right?
No, the game has just started. It hasn't even started. The opponents are picking their pieces.
Then why is our queen there?
It's left and right.
Oh, okay. I was thinking up and down. Okay,
Yeah,
that
I was thinking
explains a
up and
lot.
down at first as well.
That explains a lot.
Because it's widescreen, it had to be this way. Yeah, okay.
It's a bit confusing, but yeah. Yeah, Bladebeard is extremely confused, like a frog. What the hell?
A floating frog.
Yeah, let's see the king.
Your king. Okay. Your king is... let me put the fellow on screen. Don't remember if it's Yeah, it's this. A floating, sort of undead-looking troll appears before you. Well, is placed before you by the older person behind you, and the opponent says, "Ah, the master of Ilai, Minlof the Serpent himself. Yes? Predictable."
Oh. That troll guy, Mislav.
Yes, can I get a sneaky from you, Bladebeard? Okay. You realize, yeah, you're able to whisper to each other, but carefully. You know that the opponent is aware of you, in fact has probably brought you here, but you are pretty sure that your controllers don't know that you're aware, if that makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
Also, if you're curious, this is how the fellow looks. So yeah, Bladebeard, you can whisper that. Do let me know if Benjamin replies in any way.
What did you say? Could you repeat it?
That's that troll guy, Minlof.
He looks kind of underwhelming.
You can hear me?
Yeah?
What the hell is going on, Benjamin?
I'm not sure, but this is hardly our first weird dream.
Right. What was your... Do you still want to know the enemy queen, DoomGoblin?
Or should it be enemy king?
It doesn't matter, because I'll choose the other one.
Sure. I'll choose king then.
Okay. Then the opponent says, then I will also make the predictable choice. Don't judge me too harshly, will you? As before you appears a gigantic faceless one, and the younger voice behind you says, Is that him, father? And the older voice says, yes, the last holdout of the Black Empire, Zakajam himself. Imprisoned, how do you plan to make use of him? The older figure says, and the opponent says, imprisoned, yes, but his minions not so much. I have my ways. Those were DoomGoblin's choices. Unless, of course, you want to spend fate points to improve your roll.
No.
Then I guess my turn.
Yeah, if you want to.
I'll start with their queen then.
The opponent says, for my next choice, I believe I'll make a more unconventional one. And the opponent puts on display this fellow.
Queen
Who the hell is
Hellscream,
that?
huh?
Yes, my queen.
As the older figure says, you are more predictable than you expect. And the opponent says, am I? We'll see. So that is the...
Now I'll
opponent queen.
choose... Sorry, go ahead.
I finished my sentence, go ahead.
And... Sorry. Next, I'll go for both knights.
The enemy knights?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. The first knight, the one up top, is an unfamiliar figure to you, but the opponent begins, and of course if we have this queen, we have to have this knight. I believe Zela is the name, yes. Yes, that's the name. The one behind you says, "Father, that was yes, yes." Says the older figure behind you. That was one of our pieces at first.
Above board, is this meant to be Zayla from Aftermath?
It's above board. I think I forgot that before Mop she doesn't have an eye patch, so.
Yeah, that's right.
Well, no, I know what happened. I imported Zayla's NPC, and the NPC had the eye patch, right? Anyway, there you go. It's a pre-eye patch Zayla. Anyway, and the other knight that you wanted to know is the opponent says, and for my next choice, I think I'll go with this one. As you recognize, Rokri Darkseer.
And lastly, let's go with one of our rooks. Let's say the one below me.
And yeah, you say the one below you, and the older figure says, "Well, we'll also make a predictable choice. Predictable does not necessarily mean bad." "No, indeed, indeed," says the opponent, as below you appears the sleeping figure of Moad.
Oh, but he's sleeping,
Unless you want to wake him up.
even in the vision.
Yeah. Anything else? Are you leaving the dice rolls at that?
Yeah.
Okay. Then the figures behind you say, "Can we pick this? Can we pick this up? We need to make sure that everything goes according to plan, Father. Don't temper yourself, daughter," says the older figure behind you. And the opponent says, yes, one taste of power and you're already drunk on it. I will have what you have stolen back. And, well, let us continue to pick. And that is when you will be jolted awake, the two of you.
Is it the morning or?
I think not. I think it is still Kyrie's watch as you guys wake up.
How tall is the ceiling?
You will not bump your head into it, if that's what you're asking.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was asking.
It is quite tall because this is a luxurious room.
Fair enough.
But
Benjamin,
Yeah.
what the hell was that?
We were in like a big chess board.
Yeah, there were orcs
Garrosh
there.
was there.
Garrosh, the war chief.
Looked like it.
I thought he was green.
You have met
Garrosh?
Garrosh before, Bladebeard, if you remember. Season 1.
He never saw him.
Fair enough.
So that's Garrosh. Cool, I guess. I like the shoulders.
A bit ostentatious, but sure.
I mean, I know his father was green.
I guess.
Maybe he's adopted.
Kyrie notices your discussion and says, "I know you're not exactly bronze dragons, but there's still an hour left on my watch." She yawns.
We just had a vision.
It's called a dream, honey.
Well, it was a shared dream.
Why was Minlav's wife a frog?
Minlav's wife?
Yeah,
The queen. Queen was a frog.
Yeah, and the board, Minloth was the king and the queen was frog.
Oh, and Garrosh was queen.
And some like big squid bug thing was the king.
Have you both been drinking? I'm not sure I follow this conversation.
Well, I don't follow either, and I was there.
Probably just a shared dream.
Well, I guess we are in a pretty bizarre place.
If you guys want, both of you, you can roll me either carefuls or clevers, but the answers will be different. And if you have questions, I can answer them based on the rolls that you get, if you want.
Oh, I
I'll
guess I'll
roll.
go careful.
I'll go clever.
If you have any questions, maybe those numbers will be sufficient, I guess.
Can whatever happens to us in the dream hurt us, like in the real world?
That would require more of a clever than a careful, because careful is referencing your memory, clever is your analysis. With your like referencing your memory, like you don't feel how should I, at the very least, you remember the sensation of being picked up by some reptilian feeling hands. You don't like feel that sensation on your physical body.
Sure.
I mean, this is too confusing to even like ask questions about. Wait, I have clever too. So I don't know.
Other players may opine as well, or we can.
I mean,
good.
This is like, I guess this is supposed to represent like our situation, I guess, and who's on our side and who's against us.
I will say with that clever, and also it's something that Benjamin already uncovered. It's not so much who's opposed to you, but who, like the people on the other side of the board, are opposed to the goals of the people controlling you.
Who do we get the idea who's controlling us?
Feel free to give me a careful to like try to pick up any this.
I mean, is it that hard to connect given the clues we had? You know, father and daughter, reptilianish.
Those clues definitely pop in Bladebeard's mind. I leave it up to DoomGoblin if Bladebeard connects those dots. But they do pop up in his mind.
And I guess one thing that he'll also wonder to himself, like, do those people have some actual control over us, or do they just think that they control us?
A clever of 2. Yes and no. More as in, they influence you and they think that what you're doing suits them, but they do not directly control you. And I will say, keep in mind that the opponent willingly is not the right word, intentionally exposed you to what's going on, probably to corrupt the odds, the lots, and all that.
Eventually, maybe if we go back to sleep, we'll get more.
Continue the dream?
Yeah.
Maybe.
Has that ever happened to you?
I mean, yeah, when I have a dream, sometimes, you know, if I go back to sleep, it continues.
It never happened to me. I once had a dream that I wanted to continue. It involved Tyranda. And then the next one involved Sylvanas. It wasn't connected at all.
Oh, okay. Benjamin will kind of. Sorry, go ahead.
Kari will say, well, whatever is going on. If it's magic related, come ask me. If not, I'm still on watch for another hour.
No,
maybe.
it was dream related, which is red dragons, right?
That'll
I
be
know.
green.
Green. Didn't you say they were about life?
Other way around.
No, but green is like color of plants.
I don't make the rules. I'll be completely honest. I don't
But
have
red is color of blood.
I don't have that many green dragon friends. They were always difficult to interact with. Well, maybe I can talk to... I'll think about it, but that will take me a couple weeks to reach her at least.
Don't you have a sending spell?
It might fail. I'm not sure if she's on Azeroth.
Isn't it like a 1 in 20 chance of failing?
True enough. True enough. Well, alright. What should I ask her?
Well, it's like about a shared dream where there's figures using us as chess pieces. And I think, are they dragons? I think so.
Did you pick up the color of the dragons or any clues about the environment?
Well, with this roll, can Benjamin connect the father-daughter dragon thing?
Did you roll clever before? For this I don't.
No, I rolled careful.
This will be clever.
Can I roll for that?
Yeah,
or
of course you can.
Okay. I got a 1.
It's on the tip of your tongue.
I don't know. They sounded familiar, but I just can't put my finger on it.
Oh, okay.
Does it come? Do you have any idea who they were, Bladebeard?
Nope. One winked at me. I think our enemy.
Was that a green dragon?
What color
Did we
was
see
the
the
eye?
color?
Give me a careful to see if you remember. Rainbow is the answer to Bladebeard's question. For Benjamin, the answer was green with flecks of sand in it.
Well, the opponent had like sandy green eyes.
Sounds like a bronze dragon.
Were they green? I don't think so. I wouldn't call that green. It was more like orange, I think.
Maybe you should go back to sleep and come back with more information.
Maybe yellow.
Yes, sand is yellow, Bladebeard.
Not all the sand. Some sand is like white
Whatever. I'm going back
or
to
gray.
sleep.
Do you still want me to contact my friend?
In a bit.
It's probably nothing.
Alright.
Let's try to dream again, Benjamin.
Indeed.
How do you do so?
Benjamin will just keep thinking about that place.
Bladebeard will think about frogs.
Bladebeard, give me a clever. Benjamin, give me a forceful. You dream, Bladebeard, of a land filled with frogs. It is glorious. And then you see one frog sort of swim in front of you, wink at you, and then disappear. Benjamin,
Did it look like a frog from the last dream?
give me careful. Hard to say, they're frogs. You've never paid particular attention to frogs. You're more of a seashell collector.
Yeah, I know about sea animals. Frogs are swamp animals.
Yeah, exactly. Benjamin, try to focus. I have to dream about that weird chessboard thing. I have to dream about that weird chessboard thing. I have to dream about the chessboard thing and my cousin and the thing in Duskwood and the chessboard and my father and whatever the fuck Lyri's up to, and you dream whatever you want to dream, but not that. Right?
Yeah.
Unless you guys want to improve your rolls, of course.
Not really.
No.
Okay. Then you sleep, and you sleep, and as you wake up, you realize that Kyrie never asked you to stand watch. Instead, she relied on the Dawn Guard sisters. As you, all four of you, except maybe Moad, who is almost in a coma because
Wait,
of the
she relied on one of the sisters that got violently beat up a couple hours ago?
Yeah.
Wow.
That
She really has favorites.
As well, you'll see why. You'll see why. As all of you except Moad, who is more in a coma because of the pill that he took, all of you are woken up by a loud explosion of magic as Anastasia slams her sword into the ground, unleashing a bolt of frostfire, and says, "Wake up, everyone! It is time to venture forth to challenge the arena again." She doubles over from the pain. And Victrix says, "This is why I insisted that someone else take watch. But no, you kept insisting.
Maybe she should skip out the next fight."
She doubles over in a lot of pain. Says, "Victrix, do you have?" Yes, I'll get on it.
Lyri kind of wipes her eyes, and her sending spell has been replenished. Presumably. I mean, it's been about 8 hours, right?
I assume you guys have gone for 8 hours of sleep, and by the way, your stress will go away. Benjamin, you get a sending from Chemis that says, "No, seems like a brown orc. Not sure if you're aware, those are uncorrupted by fell magic."
Okay, Lyri will attempt to send to Petronimi again.
Alright.
So, I'm assuming the roll is required again.
And give me I'll roll for you, alright? I'll roll a d20. A 1 is the nope, you cannot. Yes, you can.
Okay. Lyri sends this sending spell to Petronimi. Plucked from a precise moment in an alternate timeline. To pursue my goal and eliminate a great evil, I require it. I will do anything.
Could you paste that in our Discord, please?
Can I send my reply, or would
course,
you rather
please.
figure that out? Okay. Oh, I'm aware, but we once met this clone of a bald guy that was disguising himself as a female orc. Very unsavory.
I'm sorry, that I don't know why I find that funnier than I should. Anyway.
Veterans, it's kind of saying that it's kind of racist.
Mm-hmm. Zelryn, you hear reply, No, that is my bishop. Wait, did the bishop just speak? Father, what's going on? This is a sending spell. Oh no, this... It cuts off. I haven't counted the words, but I assume it's around there.
Very well. Kind of nod in understanding that they're playing chess. And
By the way, did anyone dream of being on a big chessboard?
Yes, me.
I know, Bladebeard. I mean anyone else.
Huh?
Did you dream of being in a big chessboard with Garrosh and a frog?
No.
And then in a field full of frogs.
Can I roll sneaky to conceal what I just learned?
Do you need to?
Well, it'd be fun if people could maybe figure it out that I'm concealing information.
Sure, this would be, I guess, more body language related.
Yeah?
Give me a sneaky, please. 9. Let me check if you... I don't remember if I have any stunts that help you with
I
this.
don't. I think mine only apply to overcomes for hiding.
Creating advantages specifically, so no. Okay. So, anyone who wants to ascertain Lyri's body language needs to beat that roll, unless it's a player and you guys come to an agreement, but that's more or less up to you. I will say, sure. Sure, I'll for curiosity's sake, I'll roll Anastasia's. Careful, because she is enthralled like that. But no, she does not suspect anything.
No one? Okay.
Bud's asleep right now. He's really asleep.
Bud was there, I guess. Asleep.
Their two heads are snoring loudly.
Lyri. Actually, yeah, I need to roll first. I need to roll. It does go through. You get ascending from Petronimi. It says, sorry about all that. How about we meet after you finish your arena battle?
Okay, give me some time to formulate a response.
Sure thing.
Bladebeard will wake Bud up.
Bud Moad is not even snoring. He seems almost dead, but you realize that they're breathing. No, you're alive. You're alive. It's just that the pills are very strong. So how do you wake Moad up?
I even snore.
Yeah.
He will pinch him.
Give me a careful.
Careful.
It's not forceful. Not really.
Sure.
You pinch Moad. You realize that even in this condition, his skin is too hot to the touch.
He's dead.
Jim. Oh, he's not. He probably took the pills that Meryl prescribed, says Kyrie.
Who's Mera?
The undead fellow in Aaran.
Ah, the skinny guy?
The very same.
He smelled funny.
That the undead tend to do that. By the way, do you still want me to contact Miss Sembria?
Who's that?
Also, I need to check if I have the random name that came to my mind. I have to check if it's actually a lore character or not, so give me a second.
Just call it Hakar.
Apparently it is not. Okay, so Miss Embria. I've now invented a green dragon.
Well, sure, but I'm not sure we have enough details for it to be worth it.
Well, that was going to be my next question. What do you want me exactly to ask?
I dreamed of more frogs.
I don't think that's relevant. I didn't dream of more frogs.
Oh, and the dream that you were in was?
I mean, I had that same one. That's why it's relevant, I guess. You know, we talked in the dream.
Yeah, and in the other dream I talked with frogs.
Maybe hold off on that for now.
I think I agree. Do you need help in waking him up? Indicating Maud.
I will gently punch him as hard as I can.
Careful or forceful, I guess?
Bam.
Maud, you are slammed awake.
Ah,
Wakey, wakey.
that was a good sleep.
Did you
I-
dream of rocks?
Maud did not dream at all above board.
No dreams. Very, very peaceful.
No Garrosh Hellscream?
No,
Where? Says
didn't dream
Anastasia.
about any of it.
I'll take his head myself, says Anastasia. You can't even stand. I'm fine, Victrix. To stop babying me.
By the way, I have my response to this ending spell.
We are all ears.
Lyri responds with, "Don't worry, everyone requires some recreation. I will find a private location and meet with you at this agreed time. Thank you for the cooperation."
Sure. Can you also paste that in chat just for my record keeping?
Yep.
Thank you very, very much. So yeah, Anastasia says, if not Hellscream, then I demand a victory today. We can't be on an adventure and not have a victory every day. We're an arena. Come on.
I mean, we've had 2 yesterday. Can't one carry over to today?
We are at an arena.
Yeah, we should fight.
Exactly. You get me.
Then can you at least not, call all the enemies to you? Maybe you can, I don't know, spew some fire from afar? With that light arcane fire?
I am the
whatever.
champion of our team. It is only natural that the enemies focus their attention upon me. don't.
Yeah,
don't
there's
try
a little blood on the corner of your mouth.
Victrix says, "Don't try convincing her otherwise. Also, be ready for her to announce herself." Well, of course. How else? This is
Let's
the
do
arena.
that.
What did Khono say?
Let's do that.
So,
Well, if you insist.
I do insist. I swear. She says, "You call us to join you on an adventure, but you won't even let us have share of the glory."
It's more like we'd rather you not die, but sure.
Don't try to convince her, says Victrix. We're perfectly happy with the loot.
Very well.
And the promise to help find our master. Who's your master? Says Kyrie. Caligos the Spellweaver. Who else? Ah, right. Were you not paying attention when I announced my titles? I'll be honest, dear, I was not.
Didn't we find him?
What do you mean? Says Anastasia.
Oh,
Yeah, what do you mean?
On
Says
that
Victrix.
island after we left Dalaran.
In the alternative timeline.
Well,
What?
Well, then that sort of doesn't count, does it? Says Kyrie. And Anastasia says, "If my master were nearby, I would know."
I guess that wasn't him then.
But what? DoomGoblin, I believe Bladebeard is aware of the fact that those were of the fact that those were alternate timelines, right?
But they were there too.
Oh, right. He's not aware that they don't remember that, I guess. Okay. My bad. She says, "If my master were on some deserted island, why, I would scour the whole world to..." Victrix says, enough. Let's get some breakfast before we fight, at least.
I've got morning popcorn.
Please.
Yeah, I'm not sure there's breakfast here.
Can someone magically make some?
A champion's breakfast, Anastasia says as she rushes towards you and extends a hand, waiting for you to give her popcorn.
Yeah, more.
Yeah, Benjamin in the meantime will try to create some bread as he usually does.
Give me, I guess, careful if it's the way they usually do. And Khono, does Moad feed Anastasia?
Yeah, of course. He's nice.
Yeah,
He's got infinite pop.
Anastasia stuffs her face and extends her hand for more. This will go on for a while.
Yep,
Lyri,
or just keeps dumping it for her.
Lyri will also try to conjure bread, but she will kind of stick to the strict guidelines of what was taught to her and follow it precisely to the T.
Sounds like a careful roll. Yeah. Benjamin, you create your typical masterpiece as you are wont to do. Lyri, you find yourself with a handful of unflattened dough.
I put it in my pocket.
It
It
could
might
be useful.
later. Exactly.
Yeah.
You have
Becomes bold later when she
But
forgets
I
several
also
sessions later.
I also zip my pocket up so water doesn't get in.
clever thinking. Yes. Benjamin, do you create enough for everyone or just for yourself?
Sure, I'll do it for everyone.
Anastasia refuses, believing that popcorn is the proper breakfast of champions. And she says, this one's barbecue flavored.
Right, so good.
Does Maud also indulge in the popcorn?
I mean, he's just dumping it out at this point. It's kind of just becoming piles while he's just munching on it too with her. I mean, he'd probably take the bread from Benjamin and make like a popcorn, like rolled up sandwich or something.
Yeah.
You know that stuff's bad for your heart, right?
Nothing this delicious could be bad for one's heart.
We have two hearts now, brother. I don't know.
Just one, says Kyrie. And
We have a strong heart.
Victrix says, I'll take the bread if you don't mind.
Bladebeard will fill a troll skull with rum and drink it out of it.
I'm gonna roll d20 to see if the skull is intact enough, I guess.
I don't think it matters. There's a hole anyways.
With a roll of 3, the skull crumbles in your hands.
Shame.
Quite. And Kyrie says, you know, you really don't need to desecrate these dead. They weren't your deadly opponents.
No, but they're dead. They don't mind.
Pretty sure they do. She grumbles.
What?
Do what you will.
Let's go fight.
Yeah. What are you
Sick of
waiting for?
eating.
Alright. As you say that, Anastasia, with a mouthful of popcorn, says, and she chokes on the popcorn, but nevertheless rushes out the door. Victrix says,
Lyri will
I'll take
follow
the
after
back.
her.
Hekala and the wind serpent say, as they have been silent for a while, what is this chess thing you were talking about, beloved? What is chess?
It's like a board game. Do you guys have those?
A board. I mean, if you're bored, you play games, yes?
It's imagine like a big square with smaller squares inside. And like two people play against each other, and they have like pieces with different types of skills, let's call it, and they fight essentially. It's a strategy game.
I play pretend.
It's not quite pretend. It's kind of a cerebral game, I guess.
Kyrie interjects and says a term in Zandali that you do not know, and she says, you know, back on Zandular, that's what they play. Oh, and then Hekala turns to you, Benjamin, and says, well, why didn't you just say so, beloved?
I wouldn't know.
So which piece was I? Surely I was in
You
your
weren't
dreams,
there.
yes? She,
Well,
at Bladebeard's comment, Bladebeard, she would attempt to slap you. How do you defend yourself?
what did Bladebeard say? I
I'll-
didn't hear.
I'll try to grab her hand.
It sounds like a forceful defense. To answer Thompshire's question, Bladebeard said you weren't in the dream. With a 5 to a 7, she does slap you. No damage inflicted, but it still hurts. I don't know if Discord picked that up. No damage inflicted, still hurts.
Yeah, I heard you. That's all you got?
She ignores you and says, well, beloved, more insistent this time at Benjamin.
Well, we didn't see all the pieces yet. We only found out a few. So maybe you are there.
Smiles. Good.
Your grandfather was there.
Her smile vanishes. Says, let us go.
Indeed.
And a frog.
Says nothing. But yeah. As you...
Benjamin muses to himself, wondering if there's a frog lower.
Give me a careful. Maybe you've heard of one. I don't know.
Sure.
Yeah, you do remember tales about a frog loa, funnily enough. You've never met them, though.
Maybe that's it.
It's funny how... what's his name? The new leader of the Dark Spear.
Rokan?
Vol'jin?
Yeah. No, the current one. Rokan, yeah. He doesn't know about Razan, but Benjamin knows about Kragwa.
Who the hell knows? But good point. Good point. But
Maybe Hakala mentioned it before. I don't know.
maybe. Well, she probably would have, because there was that whole thing in season 1 where she was talking. Yeah, this law didn't come help, but this law did. Maybe she mentioned it in passing. You're pretty sure that the law that you're thinking was supposed to be fatter than whatever you saw in the dream.
I don't know. Maybe he got into Ozempic. I don't know.
Maybe. Also, at least on my end, it looks, at least on my OBS, it looks like I'm always cutting off in Discord, so bug me if you don't understand what I'm saying or whatever, right?
Mhm.
Alright. As you exit the chamber back into the water, you find that your ability to breathe underwater is unaffected. Now let's see which elemental lieutenant is dominant. A 2. What does a 2 mean? Oh, Lord Carterus, which isn't a very good one.
But he's the fire one.
It is the fire one. Basically, as you exit the chamber and head into the water, you realize that the currents of that signify Hazu's dominance are much diminished, and instead the sea feels like it's boiling. It feels like you're out in the desert, really, as basically your forceful and clever rolls require that you beat that they're higher than a 4, otherwise they will be halved.
That's
Oh,
not too bad for me, I guess.
Me neither. I mean,
As
clever's kind of bad, but oh well.
as the heat just muddles with your ability to think and your ability to act. And yeah, if you basically need to beat a 4, if you don't reach a 4, the roll will be halved, rounding down.
water.
Just open your mouth, says Kyrie, unsympathetic.
Oh, but it feels like I'm in a desert.
quite. I look forward to leaving this place for good.
I hate elemental lords. Where's that fresh air, Matt?
It is inside the room.
It's in that room. I could try to communicate again, but
I will say,
it'd be better to.
Moad, it's immediately obvious to you that Hazu is on the back foot in this battle of dominance, and Lord Carterus is ascendant. And you would know, based on the shamanistic knowledge that was forcefully implanted into you, that fire is probably the most difficult element of all to haggle with. It's the most unstable, the most emotional, and the most prone to outbursts of just pure rage.
It might be a bad idea, though. This seems like fire's work. That's hectic, to say the least.
Just think of it like this. If it's this bad for us, imagine how bad it'll be for the enemies.
Aye, they will boil alive.
Anastasia begins stripping, but Victrix stops her and says, well, if it's hot, we're surrounded by warm water. Do you think you'll be colder if you remove all that? But it's hot. Keep your clothes on. Anastasia grumbles.
Aren't we all wearing skimpy gladiator clothes anyway?
Yeah. She still tried to strip, yeah.
Huh, okay.
But yeah. Do let me know if you return to the arena.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
As you return to the arena, you see the spectators begin taking their seats. And
I thought you were gonna say taking their clothes off.
you do see, you know how in those gladiator movies, not the specific gladiator movies, but gladiator movies in general, or just movies regarding it with ancient Rome, where there's slaves fanning the important person. Yeah, there are slaves fanning Thrash at the moment. You picked a very hot day for combat. The sun is blistering. You cannot see the sun.
Yeah, Benjamin kind of stares up.
When I'm here, every day is a hot day.
So much the better to cool off your passions with combat, yes? And if you look in the stands, you will see your group mates also taking their seats. They are very, very... What's the word for being on time? You get what I mean.
Timely?
Timely.
Punctual?
Punctual. That's the word. Thank you very much, both of you. Okay. And they sit down. The crowd also begins to sit down. Thrash says, give it at least 15 more minutes till the crowd settles, alright? There was a murder last night in the crowds, and there was a big mess. We sorted it out. But needs...
A murder?
Yeah. No, don't worry about it. Just give some time for the people to settle in.
That's bad.
We
Wouldn't
took
the
care
mud-
of it. Took care
Wouldn't the
of
mud
it.
just feed the things?
Kyrie, can you freeze me for a moment?
I could, but to answer your question, dear Lyri, yes, it would. And if you want, yeah, Kyrie will freeze you in place. Your lower half feels cool, your upper half feels hot.
Can I kind of... I don't know.
Try to rub yourself into the ice, you can?
Yeah. Kind of bend over.
You can,
Or
yes.
squat.
You'll catch a cold that way, says Victrix. Do dwarves
I don't
get
think
colds?
that's how it works.
The question, by the way, was asked by Anastasia. And Victrix shrugs and says, I'm not here. His choice.
Lyri will pace back and forth impatiently, wanting to get these next 2 rounds over with so she can go meet with Petronini.
Benjamin will kind of try to gauge if there's anything on the other side of, like, the other entrance.
Give me a
Oh,
count. Go ahead.
like the portcullis or whatever? Would it count as a portcullis?
It would.
I mean,
It would.
okay.
Give me a careful, Benjamin, please.
That would be a 6.
You aren't able to discern much other than I think you hear some kind of grunt, like a bestial grunt.
I knew it. Some kind of beast.
Well, hope this won't take too long. I'm not a black dragon, you know.
What's that supposed to mean?
They like to live in volcanoes.
Doesn't sound very pleasant.
To them it is. Don't ask me.
Is it true that an orc got swallowed by a black dragon and then kind of tied his intestines and killed him?
Let me roll to reference Kyrie's memory. Above board, are you referencing something that happened in the lore, or are you just making that up?
No.
I'm referencing how Deathwing died in Warcraft Adventures.
Oh,
He's
good,
referencing a retcon thing.
good point. Good point.
I mean, he still killed him in the main timeline.
Kyrie says, "No, but my father once killed the biggest dragon ever by lodging a rock in its throat."
Close enough, I guess.
I would disagree, but sure. Above board, do let me know when and if we want to fast forward to the start of the fight. I think we will cap off the session before the fight begins because of time. I'm asking if there's anything else until the opponents are revealed.
No. Not really.
I say we skip forward so we can get a good look at our fight, I guess. Think about that the next time.
Can you position yourselves? Like where you would be on the thingy?
Go back a little bit, right?
Anastasia's at the exact midpoint.
Isn't she kind of messed up?
So?
Lyri, seeing that, will go to Anastasia's side then.
Do you wish to fight alongside me?
Well, we don't have to fight as a team, right?
Yes, you can be my backup. I'll take the brunt of it. The brunt of it, rather.
Lyri will kind of nod. I would say she would wipe sweat off her brow, but I don't know how you can sweat underwater.
It is very uncomfortable. Thrash yells to Moad, "You two, get to your posts. This half of the arena is for my challengers." Don't know if Discord picked that up. He said, "You two, Moad, get back to your posts. This half of the arena is for my challengers."
Is he even here? I don't know.
He is.
You got it.
Seeing this, Victrix will stay further back, Kari will move a bit forward, and Hekala will move over here. Because of course she will. Okay.
Fair enough.
And she says, "Got your back, beloved.
Appreciate it.
Long as you got mine too." And Thrash claps his metallic hands and says, "People of the arena, sit, sit, sit. Today, our challengers will face the mighty war beasts that Eli has captured. Behold our menagerie, as the portcullis is opened. And first and foremost, I need to... Oh god, I am not sure what the name for this token is. Alright, it's this. Several of these lovely critters appear, followed by one of these floating in the sky. It is a skeletal griffin above board, and they will be joined by this thing.
Oh god.
Oh no,
Zombies.
Sindragosa.
Zombie dragon.
That's
Again?
Kyrie says that Mesembrigosa. Nobody obviously knows who that is, and Kyrie says, "Oh, for the love of damn this city, damn this city, and I hope to never see its like again."
What would be the morally correct thing to do here? I mean, surely it's still like,
Above board, none of these creatures have mind breakers attached to them.
Yep.
So that will be perhaps a challenge to think about for next time. If you all agree
Also,
that.
they're already dead.
Yeah, but they're
Um,
undead. I mean, if...
Yeah, but they're dead though.
Yeah, but so were the trolls, but they're not dead, they just like rotted away from time.
Well, no, those guys are alive.
Yeah, maybe these
They're
guys
just-
are alive.
They have no faceless ones though, or merciless ones.
Oh,
So
true, true,
they
true.
are.
Maybe these
they're
trolls got
undead.
the demon chain.
We'll see.
I think we should tame the dragon.
I think we should probably kill him.
I mean, but I
Should
feel a
befriend it.
dragon would empower whatever's going on by quite a
but-
bit.
I think it's kind of morally reprehensible to leave it alive, though, right?
I mean, won't it die if we kill whatever's downstairs?
If we leave it, it'll surely come after us. Right?
I don't know, maybe Lyri can do... Not Lyri, Kyrie can do something. I don't know.
Maybe she can saffron it.
How to frame your dragon.
Maybe a big ice cube or something.
Maybe she can put like the dragon soul in a little crystal, I don't know.
Maybe you can put it in your bag.
No.
2 dragons.
We'll see.
Oh, by the way, if something dies inside of Benjamin's bag, does it count?
I cannot answer that question.
We
Because
should
if it
test
doesn't,
out.
that's kind of fucked up. Do I just keep souls in there?
Wait, I'll. Are we still in the game?
Nope. So unless like you want to speculate on that as the enemy frostworm breathes frost on you, I suggest we go to our post discussion.
Indeed.
Sure.
Yes.
Indeed, indeed, indeed.
I was thinking of using low constant.
Which one? The one that gives you advice?
Yeah.
Thoughts on today's session, everyone?
It was fun.
Yeah, it was fun. I liked Mowood being able to do shaman stuff more. I actually don't have many shaman characters, so it's fun being able to have that for a two-headed ogre.
Yeah, I'm excited for you to reconnect with the Orc Lady. Tayu, was that her name?
It was. Oh yeah, she did call you shaman. Yeah.
Yeah,
Sure.
he's gonna legitimately be a shaman when he comes back, so she has more of a reason to gush over him, I guess.
That would be fun. And I do enjoy sort of the shaman side of Warcraft lore, if that makes sense, as in shaman stories, communing with the elements, all that. But yeah, it's a
Kind of a rough place to have your first shaman experience, though.
yeah, in the middle of basically a world war between elementals. Yeah, in the middle of a war between elementals. Yeah. Anyway,
Yeah, I do like it though.
Hmm?
I didn't plan on it when I wanted him to be a shaman. I was just like, I don't really want him to be a mage. I don't want him to be a. It just seems shaman was good. It worked out for the campaign too.
yeah, I do not disagree. I think it's a very interesting choice, in a good way. Like thoughts on today's episode. Otherwise, before I like ask you all in chronological order of like the events of today.
Cool fight. That dream is very fascinating. I hope we see more of it. And yeah, that's kind of it. Not much happened at the end of the day.
You know, I'm surprised you guys didn't use more fate points to figure out more on the board.
I didn't because I wasn't really aware of the repercussions, so I didn't want to invest.
And
Yeah.
can I ask in what way you weren't aware? Because that might be a failure on my part, if that makes sense.
Like, I didn't know what was the advantage of knowing more pieces. Or
Okay.
like, if we should discover our pieces or our enemies, I didn't really, know which was the best choice, I guess. So I hoped I could get more information before investing more points.
Yeah, I sort of intentionally left that sort of discovery more up to you guys. Yeah. But that's also part of the reason why I said that Khono and Zelryn should opine, even though they're not there.
I think our other rook was probably Guren.
Maybe. I could say that.
He's a very like simple-minded kind of guy.
Our other knight, maybe Lyri?
I think it's confirmed, Larry.
I don't know, Lyri's probably a bishop.
No, but
No,
Bishop
they-
was
they-
broken.
Oh, there's no bishop, yeah.
But
Lyri is broken. I mean,
no, but
Maybe Lyri was their
actually, he
bishop.
confirmed Lyri's piece in the sending spell.
In the sending spell, yes.
Petronimi said she was a
good
knight,
point,
right?
yeah.
No, in the sending spell, Petronimi said, "Wait, no, that's my bishop. You're stealing my bishop." Wait, the bishop just talked?
Oh, was it Bishop? I thought it
Oh,
was
then it is bishop. But the enemies.
Or
Is it enemies? Who knows?
No, but the tile was broken. But I guess it's still Lyri.
No, but maybe, I don't know. Good, I don't know. Maybe to steal a piece you have to break. I don't know.
It's interesting that Teeironor specified that those two tiles are broken. Oh, maybe both of those broken ones are Lyri. She's on both sides.
We have a light forged Lyri and evil void Lyri.
No, both are you.
that'd be cool.
Sure.
Fel Lyri. Oh, speaking of Fel Lyri, I thought it was kind of cool that Moed has knows about her stepmom being tortured by the air elemental.
He's like, keep it secret about. Okay.
Well, Morg was like, keep it a secret, brother, because he knows his brother's gonna tell him, and is just like, no, let's not piss off an elemental lord.
I should have
interesting-
compelled you with that. I forgot.
What? You to tell Lyri?
Yeah.
Oh well, too late now. I guess you could do it later if it comes
Yeah.
up. I mean,
Yeah.
I'll probably still say no, but it's just interesting. That's probably like the one. They're like, I know that they're supposed to get along, the two heads, and for the most part they will. But it's just kind of interesting that there is technically a small gap there where they'll disagree sometimes.
I mean, there has to. Otherwise, you might as well not have two heads.
Yeah, that's why I wanted them to kind of have two heads too, is so that they can have kind of discussions too. It is me talking to myself though, but yeah.
But I do agree, and I fervently hope for a return to that plot line. Let's just say.
It sounded fun. I mean, not for obscurity, but
Yeah.
for the drama, it sounds fun, yeah. In some sessions, not a single sending is sent. You go sessions without having a sending. This session we had, what, 2 sendings? That's crazy.
partly dependent
Like,
on time, like
two
in-game time.
two settings per person. Yeah.
Mhm.
When we do with like bureaucratic shit, it's just like, oh my god,
Mm,
it's like 8 sessions a single day.
shrug.
That's the good thing about fighting.
Again, I hope for a return to that plot line, and I am very interested, like in the implications of the chess thingy, and I will say, including the frog as the queen, will probably be the most controversial thing I've ever done as a DM, and I will not take it back.
What? What?
Maybe he like
Is
I
this
don't
a
know.
Princess and the Frog reference? No, wait,
think-
the frog was the queen.
wait, the most controversial thing you did as a DM.
Yeah.
Is that including Rimlin?
I need to think about that.
So it's moderately controversial.
I will say that assignment on the chessboard is not related to gender. If that wasn't obvious.
Wait, you're saying that Garrosh isn't a woman?
Well, you never know, I guess. Either way, I think I will just say, regarding the three pieces that you know, I think Bladebeard as a bishop, Benjamin as a knight, and Maud as a tower is very fitting. I think.
Why bishop
It's
for
pretty big.
Bladebeard?
Again, bishop, because in many languages, including mine, the term for bishop is
Oh,
madman.
madman. Yeah, okay.
Or a hunter?
my head canon was that since they move diagonally, that's how drunk people move.
I was
Oh,
really
I
curious
just
about
thought
the
because-
pawns.
Bladebeard's a little bit of a manipulator, and I could see Bishop in a way.
And yeah, for Lyri, bishop makes sense because beacon and all that.
If I was on the chess field, I would have been very interested in the pawns. Specifically,
I
the
agree.
pawn that was like on the same tile as the king or the queen. I feel like they might be of certain importance. I don't know.
I mean, pawns can become queens, so.
I will say I was not able to do this 100% of the time, but the positioning of like the pawns is at least partly thematic. Like for instance, the pawn directly opposite, I don't know, Bladebeard is thematic, so is the pawn directly opposite Benjamin, and so on and so forth.
Interesting.
I assume that most of the enemy team is like true horde and void stuff.
I cannot confirm or deny.
What if you pick out a bishop on the enemy team and a shaman? How do you feel?
We'd
What-
have to forfeit if Shallan was on the opposite team.
What if shaman's the frog?
Mhm.
I mean, Shallan had business with the bronze, but all things considered, so.
Maybe
I think the
He's-
frog's gonna be a bigger character than we're thinking. I'm
Yeah,
thinking.
it's gonna be the big bad of season 10.
I'm thinking. This is just my brain. I'm thinking because like, Nazoth was a fish. Maybe
it's
maybe
the fifth
maybe
old
it's gonna,
god,
like,
oh no!
oh my god, it's Gahoon.
I mean, Teeironor said it's a controversial thing, so it's either
yeah, so it could.
I think-
Oh, it's the Dan.
like related to Warcraft lore, maybe to the canon, and it's very
Wasn't Shadowlands
controversial,
mentioned in this too?
or maybe related
Really?
to one of the player characters. I don't know.
I will. The only hint I'll give is think of how a queen is usually seen on a chessboard. Like as a piece.
Oh, the thing that's imprisoned, the death thing from Shadowlands. Maybe that's the frog.
And what if it's just Hikama but turned into a frog?
Mhm.
Like that's her ultimate fate, she becomes a frog.
Kala is probably one of our pawns.
Probably Benjamin's. Just makes sense.
That's funnier than it should be. Other thing I guess that happened this session, I am slightly disappointed you didn't go with the more material reward, if that makes sense.
The fell stuff?
The fell stuff or the plot of land.
I mean,
feel
what
like
the hell am I gonna do with that underwater plot of land?
I mean, also, like,
I mean,
the loot isn't disappearing. If we really wanted it that bad, we could just...
Well, plus, I'm sure Lyri would burn the land deeds, so pass.
Like,
I think that if we had the option of having the Naga freed and then choosing the land or the weapon, it would have been more enticing.
well, I think it's more that, my opinion is just that we can, like, after we get rid of Thrash and take him to the place he's meant to go, couldn't we just, like, take anything we want from the arena? I mean, who's gonna stop us?
I guess technically something dark could stop us. I don't know, I have a bad feeling.
We should lead a rebellion of gladiators.
I mean, after he's gone, we could just tell the gladiators they can go home. I mean, no one's gonna
Let's just-
stop them.
Dig Jake the dog from the bottom of the arena out and he'll help
I mean,
him.
again, who's gonna stop us? The gods? They're like nothing.
Regarding DoomGoblin's point, I look forward to the I'm Bladebeard. No, I'm Bladebeard moment.
A
for,
reference to...
Spartacus.
I
Oh!
know.
thought you...
I know the OG story from history class, but I haven't watched any
It's
movies,
one of the older movies where it's an older movie where like someone comes and asks like who's Spartacus among you, so that like he may be brought to justice, and the liberated slaves answer, I'm Spartacus as a show of solidarity.
I hope that Bladebeard's story doesn't end like his.
You don't want to be crucified?
Yeah.
No. Who knows, I guess.
Who knows? What?
Well, now that would be controversial, wouldn't it? Okay. What else happened this session that ought to be brought up? You were right, Thompshire. Beast fight next. And
Undead beast.
We should discuss the sending, specifically the
Yeah.
Peter Turbo thing. It's interesting, right?
Maybe it's not him.
It's probably him. Although I do find
Yeah.
it quite interesting that you managed to probably upset Chemist greatly with that mass sending spell.
more like disturb than upset.
Look, I'm also upset that she's gonna be my stepmom, so you know.
Just put up with it. Stop being a crybaby.
You're old enough to make your own choices, Benjamin, I mean. Not Thompshire.
He's gonna get like a big he's gonna get a big stick and like a little I don't know the name of it. He's gonna have his little running away from home equipment.
The stick and the little cloth
Yeah.
bag. Sure.
Like that picture of the end.
Yes.
That's the ending of Benjamin's story.
Oh, I thought the ending of my story was a trial.
No, you just walk away.
The ending of your story was what was the trainer?
Oh, that was Bladebeard's for some
He
reason.
goes out like, yeah, and then that was. I don't know if those what ifs are happening now.
I don't think they were what ifs. I think they were just.
Moed
I mean, I guess
is
they are
not becoming a
what-ifs.
demon hunter.
Just more like possibilities of things.
I mean, nothing stops you, but you'll be a two-headed demon hunter.
I guess that's true.
Yeah,
Yeah, they don't be a shaman anymore.
they were always just meant to be possibilities, but if like you want sort of an in-universe explanation, the fact that time-traveling dragons are involved can certainly alter futures, if that makes sense.
I imagine the Mobad demon hunter having like one blindfold over both of the heads. That's like tying them together.
That's morbid.
Morbid?
Yeah, I think so.
It's silly.
Fair. Anything else that happened today that ought to be brought up?
Oh,
Go ahead.
there was a murder in the audience.
Hmm?
I feel like it was probably Toto who did it. Just a sneaky
I
suspicion.
noticed that Teeironor was moving goblin tokens.
Oh.
Guild goblin. So maybe something with them.
Maybe
Oh,
the
well.
Tortolans are sacrificing them in the name of Lyri. That's what I would wager.
Or maybe the Naga just kind of took pot shots at
I
them.
don't know.
Fast.
Lyri
I think it's
tends to
Lyri,
tell that I think that it's a shame they're not bold, because then they would definitely be that would be the number one suspicion.
Maybe it's Lyri's clone.
Oh, true,
Back to
that
the
does
clone.
exist. I'm like, that's horrible. I think
Yeah,
that
she might
thing
be the one.
exists.
I think Clone Lyri might be the most terrifying one, because
Wait a minute.
Tortolan.
Do you think any of the clones might be on the other side of the chessboard?
Yeah, Lyri.
Maybe.
She's on both sides. She's both broken tiles.
We're giving Teeironor ideas,
when
or
you-
ideas Teeironor
When
already
you said
had.
that, I assumed you meant Lyri was playing both sides like a double agent. I didn't realize you meant.
Yeah, I meant that. I
That's
forgot
crazy.
about the clone, but who knows?
I would say, Khono,
Interesting.
regarding your point, the pieces of the chessboard are already determined, obviously. I'm not gonna like change them retroactively if it
okay.
were the case.
What if one of the pawns got to the other side and became a queen? Would they change?
No comment.
Interesting. Noted.
Okay.
Lots of mysteries brought up this episode. I like that.
Indeed.
Something suspicious is happening with our guide. I don't know what, but it's weird. The orc warlock is being suspicious as well. It's kind of crazy.
I hope that we won't actually have to play chess.
I will say probably not. Above board, if we revisit the chess scene, big if, the pieces will probably be moved according to events in quote unquote real life, if that makes sense. You wouldn't move them yourselves.
Interesting to note that the orc warlock guy is on the other side.
I mean, that's not really that surprising, but yeah.
I mean, can we really trust him around our team?
No, we should not trust him.
I mean, on his thing, wants to escape, might betray the party.
Yeah.
Yeah, Moed, even Moed's like, this guy's gonna be a problem at some point. He's kind of just an ally for the moment.
I see. But will Moed have the conviction to do what needs to be done?
Moarg's head will. Ud's head is gonna be the more reluctant type.
I do like that Moag is kind of more, I guess.
Well, they each have their own entities. They're still both blood, I guess, in a way, but now they're separate. So One of them is more Moarg as in the past, but also has some of Bud's qualities that were good. And then, yeah, it's the same with Bud. How I view them, basically. Basically have to think of... they're basically two different characters that I'm controlling, but they share the same body.
I mentioned this, I think, but I do think it makes for an interesting character dynamic, I believe. And,
yeah.
I sort of wish Moad's introduction to shamanism wasn't this metaphorical trial by fire in the middle of an elemental war. But, yeah, we'll go with the flow.
Yeah.
Anything else before we go into our usual shoutouts?
Nope.
Going once, going twice. Alright. Oh, then, dear viewers, thank you for watching and listening to us. Let's see what these people are up to. We are to start according to the dice, first and foremost, with Khono. Khono, could you please go ahead and talk about yourself and what you're doing?
Yep. Hello, I'm Khono Chronos, formerly Banneret. Well, I guess I still go by Banneret right now. But I was Moad or Moarg and Bud, and I make stuff on YouTube primarily, and I post on Twitter and Blue Sky about WoW stuff and speculation, and I do machinima sometime. I'm working on a machinima. It's taking a while, and hopefully I'll be able to release that at some point in the summer. That's kind of my goal. And you can sometimes catch me streaming stuff like WoW or Halo or other games when I play on my VTuber model. But yeah.
Yep. Interesting. Thank you very, very much, Khono. Then, according to the dice, we would have DoomGoblin. Could you please go ahead and talk about yourself and what you're doing?
Yeah, I'm DoomGoblin. If you remember, I'm an artist. I draw stuff. So yeah, check out my sites and my drawings.
He draw good. Thank you very, very much, DoomGoblin. Then, according to the dice, we would have Sir Thompshire. Could you please go ahead and talk about yourself and what you're doing?
Sure. As always, you can find me on Blue Sky and YouTube as Sir Thompshire, where I post the models I do for this campaign, which I haven't done for a while, but I'll get back to it eventually. I post other random sneak peeks for projects I'm working on, and recently I posted Ironwrath episode 2, and maybe by next week we'll have the first post-episode 2 audio drama. We'll see about that. And yeah, we're slowly working at episode 3. We're slowly working at more audio dramas and plenty of content to come.
Awesome.
Yay.
Nice. Thank you very, very much, Thompshire. Then, according to the dice, we would have Zelryn. Could you please go ahead and talk about yourself and what you're doing?
Good evening, I am Zelryn. I produce things and put them online. They will be done when they're done. And that's about it. Thanks for being patient, I guess.
Lovely. Thank you very, very much, Zelryn. Do check her out. And as for me, dear viewers, I was your Dungeon Master, Game Master, Teeironor. I do this series. It's quite a lot of fun. I also do another series, different group of lovely people, called Legacy of the Rimlin. Apparently, we're gonna be on break next week. I just got the message. But yeah, we will catch back up when we can. I'll say very interesting stuff has happened. I do mean that genuinely. If you know, you know. By the time you've watched this episode, I guess. Anyway, other than that, thank you once again, dear viewers, watching and listening to us. We should be back next week with this series. Yeah, we will see you when we'll see you. Goodbye, everyone.
See ya.
Bye.
Yeah.